Looks like we're ready, Arlen.
All right, Lisa's got the recording going.
He does.
All right. I'll go back over here. The agenda for tonight is Red Wing High School land lease. And I thought it best we have this ahead of the meeting if we want to try to get this going right away tonight, because one of those proposals asked to have things finalized by the 15th of December. So I'll hand it over to Alan, I guess.
All right, good evening. So on Friday, I shared with all of you the RFPs. I had the land lease bid tab, and I also shared with you the clarification letter that was sent by one of them regarding the acreage that they were interested in. I sent that out on Friday. I'm hoping that you guys had a chance to go over that and look at it. I am going to go over it again and just read it out loud, and then we'll discuss or have time for questions at the end. Like I said, I shared with you all the proposals. The Red Wing School District recently issued an RFP for a potential land lease agreement contract. The RFP deadline was November 12th at 3 p.m. RFPs were opened at 3 p.m. on November 12th, and at that time, the school district received 2 proposals. The proposals are from 2 reputable companies within our community that have worked a great deal with solar power gardens. Greenmark Solar is a local woman-owned based business, and Impact Power Solutions is another solar-based company the school district has worked with before. They actually built the current solar garden on our high school property. After reviewing the 2 RFP proposals, it is my recommendation that the project proposal is granted to IPS or Impact Power Solutions. And I will share some of the differences between the 2 proposals that help come to the recommendations set forth. Greenmark proposed a $1,500 $25 acre use at 10 acres for 25 years. And if you do the math to that, that comes up to $384,250 at the end of the lease. Greenmark also offered an upfront payment of $3,000. IPS, on the other hand, is proposing $1,500 per acre in year 1 use at 10 acres for 35 years, with a 2% annual increase throughout the entire lease term after year 1. IPS is also willing to pay $250 for the development period and another $500 during the construction period. And when we do the math for this, after 25 years, the total end of lease would be $481,204, and at 35 years, which is proposed, would be $750,667. So with the difference between the 2 companies being roughly $96,954 over the 25 years, and that number is $216,917 over that 35-year period. The large difference between the final numbers is why I'm recommending IPS for the community solar garden proposal, and we had a good experience with the first garden they built for us. So with that, I guess we can open for discussion.
Before we go any further, Carson, can you elaborate now this information? We can speak publicly here, but clarify that I believe we cannot forward this information to anybody. And do you have any input, Carson?
Yeah, this is reminiscent of the Jefferson school sale, where we can verbally talk about this information in a public meeting, but we can't share the actual proposals with people until a later time. So what we're doing here now is fine during the board meeting as well. Yeah, as far as recommendations, it's unfortunate that, Greenmark is the company that initially approached us about the possibility of leasing land from us. So in some ways, it's very unfortunate that they didn't have the best proposal, financially. When they first approached the operations committee, as you may remember, there was considerable discussion, and we decided that it would be best to issue an RFP, just to make sure that we heard from all interested parties, and that we did not want to limit it to just a solar garden. We actually left it open so it could be leased for other purposes as well. And so I will support whatever Alan Gaylor recommends. Well, actually, I'll support whatever the operations committee recommends, but for the operations committee, I'll support, Alan's recommendation.
Okay, who wants, Ollie or Jim, either one of you want to give some input here?
Just kind of I like Alan's proposal. I'm fine with that, going forward with that. I'm still not quite sure why we can't talk about something in a public setting when we're a public entity, and we're having a public meeting right now. We just announced all the names and the numbers, so I'm just a little bit more wondering why we can't talk about it since we're already talking about it now.
Oh yeah, and perhaps I misspoke, but we can verbally talk about the proposals during the meeting at 6 o'clock, but we're not able to share the actual written proposals.
Oh, okay.
We can talk about the terms, we can talk about, all that stuff, but we can't share the written proposal. I should have said written earlier. Sorry about that.
You had me.
You're okay for using the bid tab as well, correct?
Yeah, my suggestion is just to share everything verbally. We could literally read each proposal word by word if we wanted to, but my understanding is that we cannot share the written proposals, until a later time.
Till they're signed, probably.
Yeah, I'd have to go through my notes to see when they are, but that would make sense.
I'm fine with Alan's recommendation.
I would like to just clarify if anybody had any questions. It was there was up to 12, I think 12.2 acres available. Of course, when the RFPs came in, they were requested for 10 acres, and that's pertinent to the project that they want to do. Typically, with that 1 milliwatt, it could even be, they would only need maybe 8 acres. They might not need the whole 12 or 10, but they did accept 10.
Sounds good.
Holly, did you want to say anything?
Nope, I'm right on board with all y'all. I mean, like I could say, what is the one thing that could happen that we don't want to happen if we go forward and do this? That's the only thing I'm thinking, but I don't know if I want to jinx it.
I know exactly what you mean, Holly, and I will tell you my my initial concern is, we have a fairly short timeline. We'd have to come with a negotiated settlement, with IPS. And I would just hate to spend more resources on drafting an agreement that, could end up not happening. So that's what happened with the Jefferson building. And so hopefully we don't have a reoccurrence here. There are worse overall, but
let's hope not. I don't want to have another reoccurrence of the Jefferson building.
I agree.
I'm crossing my fingers to unjinx that comment from me. Bye.
What other thing I noticed in here, Greenmark Solar had the December 15th date to get an application in or whatever to a certain place. I did not see that in the IPS request, but that's why I wanted to accelerate this meeting to see if we could make things happen right away here. So that's why the special meeting tonight.
And I think that's a good idea, Arlen, because the tax credit changes as of January 1st. It drops like 4 or 5%. I'm sure they're both going to want to do the same thing.
So, and I'm totally on board with this if the rest of the committee is. And it'll be coming to the meeting tonight if we're on board with this. But I didn't want to bypass committee though.
Thank you, Arlen. I really appreciate that. I do.
So I'm not quite sure. Do we just recommend it or do we? I don't think do we have a vote on the committee to send it or are we just consensus? How do you want to handle this?
I'm fine with
Yeah.
consensus. So
What'd you say, Jim?
I'm fine with consensus. So
Yeah.
Okay, so for tonight's meeting, all 3 board members on the operations committee are supporting the Allen's recommendation.
we're recommending we're bringing to the board at tonight's meeting, which is an agenda item.
Right. Can I clarify one other thing here? I forgot. Now, I should read through it here. I believe the proposal is 25 years and then there's a 10-year option. I think it goes both ways on that option. Is that correct, Alan?
That is correct. It goes, they proposed 35 years or 25 years, but they would prefer the 35 year.
I guess I would prefer that we do 25 and then have the other 10 optional when we're done. That's kind of what we did on the other garden, I believe. Kevin's putting a thumb up there.
You are right on, Arlen, yes.
So what would,
So 25 years, I'm gonna be like almost 70.
Is that all?
Well, okay, fine, maybe 72, but let's just knock that off.
5 years, I know it's like 70. I guess that makes me 90 then.
I mean, if we just want to put in reality terms.
So
Wow.
what would make us not want to go past 25?
If we wanted another use for the land or something after 25 years, I don't anticipate we would. On their end, what would make them not want to continue on after 25? If the equipment's performing and it's still giving a return, they're going to want to keep it going. But it's a long time. I think that's pretty standard for most solar garden leases. Other 10 are optional years, both ways. I might be speaking out of my mouth sideways here, but that's what I've seen so far.
It's pretty common, yes.
Yeah.
So we're all set?
So
Yes.
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 All right. I see the agenda says something about other things to bring before the committee. I was hoping we weren't going to bring anything before the committee tonight. So unless somebody has something else, do we need a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Jim, seconded by Holly. All in favor, say aye. I'm not doing a roll call.
Aye.
Aye. We're adjourned. See you tonight at 6.
okay, thank
And
you.
we got out of here in 14 minutes.
You get
Goodbye.
the
Thank you
chocolate
all.
pie.
Now I can go to curriculum and instruction. Thank you.
Bye.
And first up is our the semi-annual update on the OPB Trust. Are we ready for that, guys?
I'm ready to deliver.
All right. Sorry, I was having audio issues. I think I'm ready now. I am gonna present my screen for John here.
Okay, thanks, Jackie.
Okay, thanks, Jackie. And I think we can start on page. Let's go to page 6 of the presentation. And
How's that for size?
Perfect.
Better.
Okay.
Yeah. So, when we do these reviews, we do it typically the month afterwards once we get in all the audited returns, which is, mid-month of November. In this instance, what I can share with you, which is good news, we've had a lot of movement in the portfolio since this report was generated, which is through October 31st. To give you an idea, for October, since inception, it was 1.85%. And now we've had a rally in the market. We're up over $500,000 in the portfolio. And I would expect that audited, it would be approximately 3% year to date. And given everything that we know, the political environment, the COVID environment, we feel good that the portfolio has maintained. As a matter of fact, if we look out for 2021, it's curious that most of our competitors, and including ourselves, we're seeing a pretty robust equity market coming in 2021 with an S&P projection to be 3,850, which is approximately 8 or 9% from here. Now, the way that we get there is probably not going to be a smooth ride, but it does tell us that GDP, starting after the first quarter, that they're projecting GDP to be around 3%. And we have not seen that type of number in a long time. I would say that a lot of that is to have the political unrest bias. It is also the expectation, the market expectation, that will be long on our way of delivering the vaccine, and that the society will be more returning to past spending habits and thinking about going back to work in the second half of next year. So it's a lot of people asked, well, tell us more about the presidential election. And what we see, when we went into the election, Wells Fargo thought that it would be a blue wave, that President-elect Biden would win. But we also believe, like many of our competitors, that the Senate would be taken over by the Democrats as well. The market right now is projecting that when the Georgia runoff happens, the Senate will be retained by the Republicans. But with that said, even if both went to the Democratic side, we don't see it as a mandate, in that President-elect Biden would have some protection to look at all of their other priorities and avoid any major change to our tax system currently. Because recall that even if it's such a close between the majority, that 2 years from now will be midterms, and a lot could happen in those 2 years if a president-elect missteps and takes on too many of their priorities too soon. So our thought is that he'll prioritize on COVID. He'll look at criminal reform. He'll look at the social injustice that's going on, and those will be the top priorities of that platform. With that, I can, this page just shows you the current allocation of the portfolio. We're not seeing any major changes that we're gonna make. Currently, the portfolio is tilted towards domestic equities with a higher tilt towards large and mid cap, and this is probably the largest overweight to those areas that Merle can remember. And we may see a rotation. Today we came out and we're moving up in emerging markets and international, and we'll start considering whether or not to reallocate to those areas. As you can imagine, those are very depressed from a pricing standpoint, but they're also one of the areas that we have to be careful on, because if we do see a significant pullback in the market, those areas typically are hit hardest. So although they're priced at a very, what we would consider attractive price, we just are watching to see how this vaccine is rolled out and how it is rolled out globally. Any questions so far?
No, not here.
Okay, well, if we can move on to the next page then.
That number 3850, was that the Dow you're looking at?
No, that's the S&P 500.
S&P, okay.
And for us investment geeks, that's the broader market. The
Right.
Dow's made up of 30 stocks, and a lot of those stocks are highly concentrated. With that said, I would tell you that most of the growth in the S&P within the past 12 months has been relied on your 5 stocks, and we all know them. It's the Google, the Netflix, the Facebooks, the Amazons. And, that in itself is a concentrated concern, but that's where we see the most opportunity is outside of those 5 stocks, because they haven't performed as well. They've been primarily flat up until this past month.
Yeah. All right, thanks.
So on this page, it just shows you, again, the net total disbursements now stands at 8.1 million. If, your net increase in market values, net of those withdrawals is $6.2 million. And this just gives you a different way of looking outside of return, what those dollars have done for distributions. If we move to the next page, as I mentioned, this is really already an outdated page because of the performance. Since inception on here at the total portfolio net of fees, it's at 4.51%. And I would tell you that if we're expecting that will probably be, right around up over 5% since inception with a globally diversified portfolio. Recall a lot of the heavy lifting for the portfolio is now relied on the equities. If we think of in the past, the 10-year treasury, in my 30 years of doing this now, most of the time we could get 4 to 6%. And today it's 0.0011%. And so if you think of assets that we typically rely on for safety, we're getting no return in that area. And that's why you really do need to see diversification to get a return that is competitive.
Would you consider the top 5 in the Dow to be overtaking treasuries as the safety net?
I don't, well, and that's a great question. And I would put this a different way. I would say that, you know, we have a lot of, you know, if you think of our retirees, a lot of it was relied on interest and dividends, primarily from fixed income. And now the fact that they cannot get a return, or even, you know, anybody that is looking to retire or save, they needed to go someplace else. So if you're getting zero on one hand, but you have the opportunity of growth on the other, we're seeing the market take on more risk than what they had in the past. And I think it's may not be the desire, it's just that's all that's available.
There's always gold.
Well, there is that too, and gold has done well. But you know, over the long term, we would suggest that a diversified portfolio is still the only way to stay ahead of inflation.
Yeah, and gold is way more volatile. All right, sorry for that digression.
Oh, no problem at all. Good question. So again, I guess, you know, the takeaways from here is the portfolio. You know, if we would have thought that we would have the social unrest, the pandemic, the political situation, and that year to date we are up, 3%. Knowing where we were last March, knowing where we were last December, we're feeling pretty good that the portfolio is holding up, and we think it's well situated to do well in 2021. Again, knowing that it could be a very volatile road. So any other questions?
No, I'm good here. So you said our average annual return has been around 5% at this point?
Well, yeah, if you add October to this, since inception is going to be 5%. And again, maybe there's one other page. Can you go one more page? And you take a look at the equities, and this is what I was referring to. Mm-hmm. Of the equities since inception, your return was 10.5%, and I would say with October's number, this is going to be over 11%. And you can see where we're getting return. And from a fixed income standpoint, your portfolio since inception, net of fees, has been at 2.37%. And as time goes on, we know that number is going to continue to drop.
Well, thank you for all that background information you provided too, and the rest of the report. And I always appreciate the wisdom and the calmness that comes to the table from Wells Fargo to kind of give us that, rah-rah speech about hanging in there, despite some bumps in the road. But Thanks for the update. I appreciate it, and I'm hopeful for the future too.
Yeah, I think we're all, and my hope is that the next time we deliver a report, we can do this in person.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Well, thank you, everyone. I wish you and your families a happy Thanksgiving.
You too. Stay
Thank
safe.
you. Thanks, John. Happy Thanksgiving to you.
Yeah, bye now.
Okay. You ready to take over, Jackie?
I am. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Oh, great. I got a new computer over the weekend and I've had some issues with Google Meets today. So starting out with the December financial reports. Pulled up the treasurer's report here. Any questions?
None for me.
Yeah, I don't have any.
I'm good.
All right, moving on then to the budget report. Blow this up here a little bit. For revenue, we'd received $7,614,326, about 20.49% of our revised or adopted budget, compared to 20.23 and 20.17. So we're doing good there on revenue collection. Expenditure wise, we've expended $8,751,559, or 23.19% of our adopted budget, compared to 24.2 and 22.65. So again, we're right in the ballpark there, tracking on prior years, even with COVID-19. Are there any questions on the budget report?
Jackie, you got revised on here.
Yeah, it is the adopted budget. I'm sorry for the heading typo.
So it's the back. We haven't discussed revising it. So, okay, great.
Yeah.
Any other highlights or notables, Jackie? I guess I'm just wondering what's ahead, which areas aren't getting the funding, that we've we've spent more, like equipment, 79% versus 43% last year. And I'm assuming that means like PPE and maybe some technology and stuff. And then we have an other expenditure that is at 41% compared to a 30% expenditure last year. And I'm sorry, I apologize. I should have emailed you that question about, what do those expenses, but I just like to hear, what comment can you provide on, what are the concerns in which areas right now regarding funding?
My biggest concern right now is what happens when we run out of grants. If we go back in session and we need more PPE, or we need to do something differently, or we stay in distance learning, but we find out we need, some kind of software materials that the grants aren't covering because they are running out quickly. That's my largest concern right now. On the other end of things, you can see our supply budget is, waning behind where it was the prior year.
Right.
As we stay in distance learning, I don't anticipate we're going to be spending much on classroom supplies or even office supplies.
Yeah.
So there's a push and a pull there as well. The other thing we're going to see as we are in distance learning right now is our substitute costs may be down, because teachers who were quarantined or staff who were quarantined on an in-person model where we needed to bring in a substitute may still be healthy enough to teach online for a number of days and before they get ill, or when they are cleared from quarantine, they may be able to stay there. So we may have some variance in our substitute costs as well.
And I'll just tell the committee that I did contact MSBA. They're always looking for those stories to tell about what does the impact of the compensatory funding mean for certain districts. So I did share with them what Carson had shared previously. I think 168 families down, have not filled out the form where in past years they had, and that it potentially looks like a $460,000 loss for us. Do you know and they appreciate that kind of background information so they can get, a little bit of, some facts to share with legislators. I think that's something we should be sharing on our legislative meeting on December 21st. Is there any change in those numbers? Is there an update on that?
We haven't had a Mars submission lately to get solid numbers. We have one coming up here pretty soon. So I should be able to get Carson some updated numbers in December. We have sent out mailings to families. We have a paraprofessional who will start making personal phone calls to families soon. I'm not sure what the exact date is she's starting, but I know we've gotten her a script and are starting to get her set up and ready to go so we can get those calls made. We have until the last fall Mars submission on December 15th to try to capture as many of those families as we can.
Okay, thank you.
Jackie, I spoke to Brent a few months back, and he was mentioning that there was legislation, I believe at the federal level, to fully fund school lunches. And I'm not sure, was that in the Senate? Is there any progress on that?
I haven't heard any progress on that. He is on the legislative team for the food service directors group. I can't remember the name of it right now.
Yeah.
But he is expecting that to move forward when the federal legislature comes into session in January.
Oh, really? Yeah. Yeah, that would be nice.
Yeah.
I suppose they'd take the money away from us somewhere else, but at least one fewer thing to worry about, ideally.
Yeah, I'm not sure though. I mean, it might be included in a budget proposal, but there's such a huge deficit there too. I would definitely not count on it.
I know. Yeah. Expiring grants, the bane of all school districts.
Well, we had this conversation at MSBA Board of Directors because somebody came forward with a resolution that said the state should fully fund all the nutrition programs. And it's like, well, and that's, I can't remember the dollar amount, so I won't even try to pick one. But we kind of had a tough discussion about, is that really doable? Is it a priority? And we decided no. I mean, so it's the one resolution that we're in, that the MSBA Board of Directors is recommending opposition to, because it's just an amount of cost that's pressuring a state budget that's in crisis also. So.
Right. Okay. Any more comment on our? What am I?
All right. Just going to scroll down so you can see the other funds there. If you have any questions on the other funds, you can let me know as well.
What page are you on?
Of the budget document, I am on page 2.
Very, very good. And I was looking through this. It's so small I can't see. I was looking through it over the weekend and then again today. Our fund balance. Where do I find that line again?
That is the actual fund balance isn't included in this report.
That's why I didn't see it.
Yep, it is. The only thing that shows in this report is spending variance.
And we got revenue categories. I know it's not a revenue, but it's a revenue balance. Where does that show up?
It would show up it doesn't show up on this report. I could find some other reports that would show that and how our fund balance is changing as we go through the months to include.
Is there anyone we could add that to this report so you don't have to create and bring in another report? Just put that in there similar to what we do on our revenues and expenditures by the end of
October
October and
or
maybe
November or whatever month we're reporting. Yeah,
Yeah.
that is another, there are some reports I could pull out of the Forecast 5 system that spits out this report that might show that a different way for us,
Yeah.
that I could include.
I'd like to have that number every time we discuss these because it's pertinent. So,
All right, making a note, and I'll try to get that included for our next meeting.
thank you.
Any other questions?
Not here.
No, I'm good.
Just one question, I guess. We have a lot of information here. You talked about classroom supplies and that as an expenditure that'll be down. Anything else other than the substitutes and that we're seeing an expenditure that's lower than we expected? I know we talked about the revenues, how much more it's costing us, but is there anything else?
Transportation is one area where there will be some cost savings. And so Sarah Houle from the Center for Efficient Operations is drafting a recommendation for us for the Operations Committee.
Sorry.
Sounds good.
Oh, and by the way, kind of related to Jim's question, Jackie, is for this year's budget, did you include an assumption that we would spend similarly on summer programming?
Yes.
Okay. Now, is the bulk of that in July and August, or is the bulk in June?
It depends on which summer program you're talking about. High school credit recovery, the bulk of that ends up being the last 3 weeks of June. But if you're talking elementary programs, those are typically after the 4th of July into the first week of August.
Okay, so we'd have that as well as athletic contests, and then just the basic general education routes where we could save some money with transportation.
Yeah, and yeah, especially those extracurricular routes and field trip routes. That'll be another savings. It'll be on field trips because we aren't taking in-person field trips right now.
All right. And for activities and athletics, your cost is down, but so it's a little bit of revenue that came in during that to offset that too. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right.
We'll be down on officials fees, but we'll really be down on admissions to events.
Right. Or choir or band, or whatever that
Right.
might be. Okay.
Not a lot of field trips paid for through grants from outside.
There are a number of them that are, but there are some that we pay for internally with those innovative learning funds that are usually fundraised dollars.
Yep.
All right, if there are no additional questions on the budget, I'll move us along to enrollment.
Yep.
Pull this up again. You can see we lost another, looks like 16 students across the majority of the grades in the last month. I did not have time to dig into this. Both of my Mars staff have been in and out in the last 3 weeks. So, but with those losses, it puts us about 9 weighted ADMs, weighted average daily membership, below budget projections.
Oh,
Yeah.
And do we expect that number to change with this distance learning too?
So these numbers were as of last Thursday, so that already some of the distance learning had taken impact.
Right.
I think it depends a lot on what the districts around us are doing. I think if any of them come back to in-person learning or stay in in-person learning in a certain grade level that is attractive to our parents, we could lose them to a neighboring district for
Sure.
a period of time. Vice versa, though, we may have parents in other districts who are in person who are uncomfortable with that, who may opt to come to Red Wing if we are in distance learning. It is enrollment this year is so hard to predict. I've never had a year like this with this many variances.
Right.
It seems wild that somebody would move their child out of a system that they're in, banking on another place in the area to go in person for some period of time with the risk of having that fall apart. And then what? It doesn't seem like a good wager to me, but I suppose people make decisions for all kinds of reasons.
Yeah, theoretically, that could happen, but I'm not planning to sign a non-resident agreement form that would allow those districts to collect our revenue. So, unless I'm told otherwise, I'm not planning to sign it because we've already made our staffing decisions based on assumptions of enrollment. And like you say, Mike, it really doesn't make sense for families to suddenly move to another district, and then what's going to happen when they go into distance? It's just it's a problem all the way around.
Yeah.
So do we have any type of a plan, or are we looking at a plan if these numbers continue to decline during the time we're distance learning?
As far as making budget adjustments mid-year or for next year, or what are you thinking, Jim?
Yeah, this year. I mean, you can't keep spending the same amount for the less number of kids. So are you having those internal discussions with the admin team at all?
Well, the biggest cost savings would be through staff members. And, the problem we have is that, we cannot make reductions in teachers or principals mid-year just because of the state law. And if, we're planning and hoping to go back into in-person learning at some point. And so I'd be real hesitant about cutting paraprofessionals, because if we don't have enough paraprofessionals, then we can't come back into in-person. So we're kind of between a rock and a hard place. But there are other savings. We talked about some earlier. Of course, we have supplies, we have utilities, we have custodians, for example. We're essentially doing a hiring freeze now until we know we can come back to in-person learning, and then we'll need to make an adjustment again. So we're making some of those changes, as we speak.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, I'm not in favor of cutting any paras. I'm not saying that one bit. I'm just looking at some type of, if you got, you've heard me say it before, you can't spend $1.10 when you only have $1 coming in. So
Yeah. Some other things we've looked at are mid-year supply budget reductions, supply budget freezes. Those are some things we've done in the past that we could look at again.
One thing, Jackie, if you could memorialize the things that we've talked about or that we do under such circumstances, and then we could bring that list back to the finance committee, in December. So at least people are aware of the things that we are doing behind the scenes. Maybe some cost savings that just come naturally because of distance learning. Just kind of a nice summary report there.
Yep.
Do you know what our reserve balance is, Jackie? Approximately.
why don't you just send it out to us if you don't know?
Yeah. I know what it was a year ago, and I'm trying to remember what it was in this last year's audit. I know it's between 3 and 4 billion.
I thought we were just over 11 point something percent, but I don't remember a dollar figure. Yeah.
Yeah, it's between 3 and 4 million, and I can't remember the exact amount.
And do we have any idea of how much of that is dedicated toward our referendum? I want numbers, damn it.
It's his last finance committee meeting. He's
Yep.
slacking down.
What by that do you mean what is dedicated to things we have already committed ourselves to, or how much of that we will need for the back end of the referendum curve?
Are those not the same thing?
They could be different. They're
They could
probably
what?
close. They could be
Yeah,
different
right.
just based on, we've already spent some of this early or
Right. Yeah, just I deal in ballparks usually, so it's just to get a better idea of, like Jim's concern over where we're gonna fill in the gaps if we have gaps this year. I mean, we're lucky that we've been accumulating a balance beyond just what we've asked for in the referendums.
Mhm.
So, I mean, that's what reserve balances are for. They're called rainy day funds for a reason. And I think it would help everybody be more comfortable if we knew how much was there, and then it really, the future finance people will really have to take a deeper look in that, determine how much they want to put into the reserve fund to hold back.
Right.
Yeah, and I think we kind of start that conversation with the enrollment projections tonight, and it leads into the 5-year plan, which will have then, what do we want that to look like? That referendum curve, how much of the fund balance do we need to keep going? And then what do we need to reduce going into future years to make that happen?
And how much of a cushion we want to maintain. So that's the good news here. Anything further on enrollment? I mean, we were really kind of lowballing enrollment, I thought, when we made those projections.
Yeah.
That's why the 9 fewer really hurts. But we'll have a boomer kindergarten next year, hopefully. But that's still not going to pay for everything. Any more questions on that?
You want to roll into the projection discussion?
Yeah.
Or do we need to get the levy thing done first?
Well, this was just an update for you before we take it to the full board next week not next week, 2 weeks during the Truth and Taxation meeting. Since we last looked at this in October, it has only changed $9,000. So we are still looking at $532,000 less in levy revenue for next fiscal year. So that's already a hit to next fiscal year, a revenue shortfall. And then you add to that potential losses in compensatory revenue, and it's not looking pretty.
Nope.
So that's just an update. We'll have more of that at the December 7th board meeting in conjunction with our Truth and Taxation meeting. And then I have the enrollment projections for us to discuss. One, what do we want to do with the revised budget? Do we want to keep enrollment numbers the same? Should we adjust it in any way? And then what are we projecting for the coming years, as that helps us determine staffing and reductions we'll make for based on class size going into the 21-22 school year.
So Jackie, your projection models, I think we talked about it last time. Do they exempt this year because it's such an anomaly? Because the normal patterns, like Mike alluded to earlier in the meeting, the normal patterns of why you change your child's status or put them somewhere else, programming, scheduling, whatever. Those reasons are different this year because of pandemic planning, because of the pandemic effects. So do your models are able to exempt this year, or do they just kind of roll it in? Because we know this year is an anomaly.
Yeah, right now I am not able in this model to exempt a certain
Okay.
year, especially a near-term year. So if we were 3 or 4 years down the road, I could change the model a little bit so it's only looking at near-term data. But since it is the current year, it is not letting me exempt that year.
Okay. Well, that's good to know. I mean, I just think that adds kind of a more wonky factor into the projections but I still think we need to be conservative planning ahead too. We've talked about what is the impact on public education as a whole from this pandemic. Is it going to drive more homeschooling, or is it going to drive alternative models or online pieces, or so I think we still need to plan a little bit more conservatively for the future, and then be happily surprised if we exceed the benchmark where we thought we'd be.
Yeah, I would agree. And we thought we were being conservative this year, and looks like we're still going to get hit. So a decline in enrollment or decrease in enrollment of nearly 4%. We've been kind of averaging
around 1%.
Yeah.
Up or down. I want to show you a graph of all the models it came up with. Here's kind of, so 2021, here's where we are. Most are pretty close. The one I chose to show in the charts is this, on my screen, it's kind of a turquoise color. I'm not sure what color it's coming out, but it's it's not the worst case scenario, but it's just below where the rest are falling. So it is very conservative.
And it's labeled the merged, and that's what we've done in the past, right? Hasn't it? We've kind of taken an average of these two and this one and tried to float it in the middle, in the gap somewhere. Yep. Yeah, I agree with that approach. I don't know that this is the time to have a rosier outlook.
No, definitely not.
Yeah.
We have more housing being built in Red Wing, at least apartment wise. I don't think there's a whole lot of single family housing going up. I believe there are still employment opportunities in Red Wing. It's just that people are not choosing to live here. I think a lot of that has to do with access to amenities in the collar suburbs. But yeah, it's a problem.
Yeah.
Jim, you got anything? You're probably going to be the guy who's looking at this most closely next year, I would imagine.
I think there is some, like you said, apartment buildings going up. Attractive right now. There's homes not for sale. However, people that are selling their homes are also trying to get into like condos or townhouses, and they're not being built. So that those homes would free up for the people that may starter homes, type thing like that. Red Wing is located in a nice part of the state, but we're not that close to things going on in the metro area, a little bit Rochester. But right now, this has been an unusual year anyway, so it's hard to digest and understand anything that's going on since the last 8 months, almost coming on 8.5 that we've been in this COVID stuff, and businesses aren't open. I mean, we got to keep that in mind as we go down the road. The people that help us provide an education here are not open to provide the tax base and the tax dollars that we need to function. So those things will have to come in play as we go looking in this year and the year to come until a solid vaccine comes out and people are more comfortable to be out and about more. And there's a lot on the table as to what you do and think about. But to be honest, the enrollment hasn't changed. It's going down. And once we can get some things straightened around on the job mark size and the economy here, I think we're in for even rougher times down the road.
Yeah, I always say I remember looking at an old picture of Red Wing. Coming into town, there was a sign that said population 16,000, and that was 1932. It really hasn't changed very much since. It hasn't grown since then. It's changed a lot, but it really hasn't done much growing for a long time. And that's I don't understand it. I think it's a wonderful place to live, a beautiful area. Yeah, I think the schools are good. I think the amenities are pretty good. But I come from a place where driving 45, 50 minutes to do something isn't a big deal. And I think, when we moved to Minnesota, we're outside of town now. And, if we're going to drive into town, we have to make sure we combine things because we don't want to waste trips. But the town is hard to grow for some reason, as nice a place as it is.
They must have had some big families back in 1932. If you're talking, darn near 90 years ago, because you got Burnside has really grown for homes. You got the Burton, Pioneer area, Sunny Meadow, all that is really taken off since I can remember. The road ended at Burton and Pioneer. There was no farther up the road, so there has been growth in town, but maybe they must have bigger towns or bigger families back then, because we certainly have more homes than we did 90 years ago. So
I could have been exaggerating.
that never happens, does it?
Rarely. But it was like 30. It was a long time ago. It was a black and white picture. That's all I know.
And the other thing is, demographic wise, we only have 3 places to grow. Red Wing does. One, you can't go across the river. Then you got hills on the side of you too. So you're really limited on 3 sides as to where your growth can be. And they've done, I think, a decent job of getting some areas of growth. They've done annexing back in the 70s. You had Red Wing and then Burnside. The nuclear plant came, and Burnside wanted to keep the nuclear plant in Burnside, not next. And Red Wing won, and they got the nuclear plant. The city grew to the north. So little history there. Nothing else.
All right. I would like to recommend that we take enrollment down another 15 students for the revised budget. Does anyone disagree?
No.
Well,
I think that's prudent.
Yeah, and then we got to look at the, what comes with that then.
Right.
Can't keep going the way you are with. What's the revenue of 15?
Just real ballpark numbers. That's $150,000.
So 10,000 a student.
Yeah, about 10,000 a student.
Okay.
I'm looking at a chart on where we're talking about growth. I'd just like to throw out another perspective. The enrollment history graph. 2021 change in fall enrollment. That yes, that one right at the top of the page. Am I looking at these correctly about fall enrollment, end of year ADM for this year, that we've retained more 10, 11, and 12th graders?
What happened? So fall enrollment is seat count. They are the students we are currently serving.
Yep.
When you look at end of year enrollment, we add in the tuition out kids. So why 10, 11, okay. 12 looks a lot bigger is because Tower View is getting added in there.
Okay.
Where they're not included in our fall seat count.
All right, thank you, because I'm like, well, what is that? But I think we have some opportunity in this district as we are building that flight paths piece, that we may draw other kids from other communities. I mean, if they have an opportunity to have it kind of mapped out, they get an internship, you know, I think there's that's I think really attractive to young people and families to say, hey, you know, look what you can do over in Red Wing. You can get this internship. You're connecting with job skills. You can take tests that will further your employability. You're making local connections for future jobs. I don't know. I just think that should be part of what we ought to be, you know, once we get through this year. But that work is ongoing, and I think we should be promoting that because I think that's a real positive. I think it's something that other districts aren't doing on the scale that we are, or offering as many opportunities.
Yeah, it's an opportunity to promote our district, but the service co-op is offering, I can't remember what it's called now, but they're offering services to try and help people build these capacities. Do you know what it's called, Karsten? I can't remember.
Is it
Through
is
the
it
Southeast
STEM
Service
Forward?
Co-op?
Yeah.
It's
Is it
there,
STEM?
well, STEM Forward is the
STEM Forward.
overarching
Right,
group.
that's it. So, I don't know what every individual school is doing around us, but it's definitely been promoted at the legislature for years. And I mean, conceivably, we should be able to do it better, having more manufacturing and more business opportunities. But so I think that's a good thing we can do, but that's promotion, public relations.
Right.
You know, we've been working on that for a while too, and it's very slow going. It's definitely been better the last couple of years than it has been before that, but it takes, you know, we got to build up our own capacity to do that. And with numbers like this, it makes it easy to shed those kind of programs rather than continue to build them. That's the hazard that we're facing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, so we're lowering our expectations on student enrollment for next year.
Yep.
Well, I was talking about the revised budget for this year, but should we go with the 2020 or the 21-22 enrollment? Looks like the model is recommending about 25.75. So that'd be a little higher than 15 down, or do we stay flat?
I would think after dropping 15 this year, this late in the year, and then how many students would that total for us taking off of last year's enrollment? 700, 100, over 125.
It'd be 145.
Wow.
Yeah, I just think we need to move ourselves closer to reality, you know, and then be happily surprised if it gets better.
Right.
Yeah, we kind of had this conversation months ago. I agree. I think let's just go 150 for the year. I don't know what we're at, right? What are we, you're saying we're at 130 right now?
We're 140 right now.
Oh, 140. You want to go 15 more?
No, we started at 130. If you take the 9 off that we're under budget right now, that'd be 139. I want to go to 145.
I say 150 because they ain't going to change. Something's going to get better for a while.
Well, there may be the kindergarten boost, but yeah, I'd rather go low than high. That's for sure. So, and then what is the impact on the classrooms with that kind of number? Do we know?
We'll have to see how that shakes out by grade. I think there's a number of grades that could lose a section.
Mhm.
Down to 8, from 9 sections down to 8 sections.
In a couple of grades. Or
Yeah.
A few.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially looking there at grade 1 at 176 for next year, grade 3 at 173. If we take some more off in those grades, we could easily lose a section.
Yep.
Wow.
Superintendent Anderson, are you still on?
I am.
Since we're talking about lesser ADMs, this will probably impact as we go forward. If employment, if you had, do we have any teachers looking at retiring in after the first semester? We should be re-examining them before we, if they are, we should be looking at that before we automatically hire somebody too, to see what we can do.
Yeah, you bet. We do have one example. Esther Gullickson, music therapy specialist, is retiring, and we're not replacing her position because her duties can be accomplished by some others in the special education department. So that's one example.
Okay, we'll just keep that in mind as we go forward.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely.
Because if we go to 150, eventually, if my math is right, you said before 15. If we go to 20, let's say that's 200,000 then. So.
Yeah, and I think 150 is overly optimistic. I think it's going to be 170, but
I agree.
Yeah, we're gonna have to choose a number and then plan accordingly. In my mind, the big issues are making decisions this spring for next school year, that's going to be challenging. That's for sure.
Well, instead of just kind of slowly changing it in another 2 months, 3 months, talking about it again, let's just go to 170. I'm fine with that. I mean, I'm not fine, but it's a number that is probably more realistic. So, and we know what we're up against.
Is that for this year or for next year, Karsten, the 175?
Well, I think it's going to be both, but it's definitely going to get worse before we hit the low end of that curve.
Yep.
And we're going to have to make some assumptions, in terms of enrollment, and then cut back accordingly, and then only hire back if we can justify it with enrollment. So.
Right.
I think that's fair. I mean, as we going forward, I'd rather look at what we think what the realistic numbers are looking at. And hey, if it's only 160, we're better off then. But if it's 170, we plan accordingly.
Yeah.
And then if it's 180, we'll say, well, we're only 10 off instead of 30 off. So.
Yeah.
All right. Can I just recap what I have in my notes to make sure I'm on the same page?
Mm-hmm.
So the recommendation is to take enrollment from 130 down to 170 down for the revised budget and keep it flat for next school year.
That sounds about right, Jim, right?
Yeah, I think we'll have to revisit it come spring too as we go, because I mean, Governor Walz is shut down for 4 weeks starting last Saturday. But let's be honest, it's going to go through New Year's. I mean, why would he not? And so we don't know how long he'll go into 2021 or how this before the vaccine comes. So I think 170 is a number today, and that number may change in February.
Right.
As we go.
But just for preliminary planning right now.
Oh, yeah, right now. Yeah.
So how often do we adjust our budget, Jackie?
So we usually typically do a revised budget, comes to the finance committee the end of January, and then goes to the board in February. Yep. And then we start with that. We start looking at 5-year plan projections and enrollment projections, and make recommendations on reductions for the next school year. And then we'll go through the reduction process And we'll have a adopted budget, which will come to the finance committee in May, or proposed adopted a budget and go to the full board in June. And
Okay.
yep, that's kind of the plan. We can revise more often if needed. There's nothing that says we can't. The only thing statutorily is we have to have a budget for the next school year by June 30th.
Right. Okay,
All right.
we are at time, so are we done? We didn't discuss the information about Excel, but was that just an information point?
That was just an information point. It had come up at last week's board meeting. So Karsten had asked me to check with the county to get a more exact number. It's typically hovered between 40 and 50% given whatever market values are doing and what they have appealed. It looks like for the 2021 levy year, it's about 44%. So that was a for-your information piece.
And just to clarify, I asked the question of whether we needed a finance committee meeting on December 28th, I think is the date. We typically don't, but do we need to have one this year, Jackie, to close out any grants that ran out? I mean, I don't know with COVID numbers or mechanisms.
The only thing I would have to discuss is if we want more discussion on enrollment before we do the revised budget in January. Otherwise, I just have monthly updated reports. I'll leave it up to the committee.
It's a
It's a
tough
tough
time
time to meet.
28th, right after Christmas and all that. So.
Yeah, if you think we're pretty wrapped up and we're ready to go with the new finance committee in January, let me know.
You guys go.
Strap in, it's gonna be a bumpy ride.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it is. Man, don't envy you guys.
Yeah.
We get paid the big money for.
All right, so no December meeting
Not
No.
unless we identify some
unless something
burning
comes
issue.
up.
Yeah, right. Okay,
All right, class dismissed.
thank
All right,
you.
See you in about 15.
Yeah,
Been
Yeah.
lovely
thank you.
working with you all this time, Jackie.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks very much, Jackie.
Thank you.
We're just waiting for the red light on the recording and then we'll begin. Is anyone else seeing the solid red line on recording yet?
Nope.
Yes.
Yeah, that
Oh,
just came
now
on.
I am.
It
Yes,
just went
it
on,
took a
Pam.
while. Okay, thank you so much, everyone. I will go ahead and call this meeting to order, a special school board meeting on Monday, November 23rd, 2020 at 6 p.m. We'll go ahead and take roll call of the board members. Ms. Heidi Jones.
Present.
Holly Howard.
Here.
Mr. Jim Brown.
Here.
Mr. Mike Christensen.
Pam, I think I got.
Yeah, you got some background in yours.
Yep, if you are not talking, if you could mute, that would be great. Thank you. Mr. Mike Christensen, are you here?
I'm here,
Thank you.
finally.
Mr. Derricks?
Here.
Ms. Fair?
Present.
And Chair is here. So all 7 board members are present this evening, and we'll go ahead and start our meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States
of America
and to the
To the
republic
republic
for which it
for which
stands,
for which it stands,
one
one
nation,
nation,
under
under
God,
God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with
with
liberty
liberty and
and
justice for all.
Thank you. And I've asked Heidi to share our mission statement this evening with us all.
The mission of the Red Wing Public Schools is to educate and inspire all students as they realize their full potential and become respectful, responsible, and productive citizens.
Thank you so much, Heidi. I appreciate that a lot. So our agenda has 2 business items, COVID-related issues and the Red Wing High School land lease proposals. Do I have any changes to the agenda for this evening or any additions?
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to approve because I don't believe in a special meeting you can amend the agenda once it's
Thank you.
posted. So
I'll second.
All right, so the agenda is approved by motion made by Jim, seconded by Holly. Any other discussion? All right, we'll take a roll call vote, starting with Ms. Tower.
Aye.
Mr. Bryant,
aye.
Mr. Christensen,
Aye.
Mr. Derricks,
Aye.
Ms. Fair,
Aye.
Ms. Jones,
Aye.
and Chair votes aye. Thank you. So the first on our agenda this evening is the COVID. And again, if we're not speaking, if we could mute, that would be really helpful. We're getting a lot of feedback this evening. All right, thank you. So Superintendent Anderson, I will turn it over to you for the COVID-related issues. I know we've got some guest speakers with us this evening, so thank you for all who have also joined in this evening. We appreciate your attendance and your partnership this evening.
Great. I know most of this is in writing already, so I'll just briefly summarize some of the high points. There is some data shared with local COVID related data in terms of our case rates and how many staff members and students are not available because of COVID. And so you can see that the latest projected rating that will come out on the 26th shows that we'll have a rating somewhere between 115 and 130, which is significantly higher than the previous week. And my guess is that that projection will be even higher than what's listed there. And the reason is that a lot of the testing doesn't come in until after Sunday when the information is compiled. And so the county doesn't have all of the positive cases when they make the projection. So typically it's higher than that. The latest projection, and I did receive approval from the county to share this information, but the latest projection is that it'll be up to 146 in the near future. So just to give you a lay of the land as far as where we are. We do have 4.2% county positivity rate. That has gone up from 3.7 to 4.2. You can see our city COVID count was 203 in the most recent report, and that's about 36% of the county population. I know that's an important consideration as we compare ourselves with other towns in the county. You can see how many youth aged 5 to 19 have had diagnosed with COVID, and you can see 29 as of November 19th. Unfortunately, that number is also growing, and we'll have that final tally when I meet with the county, or when we meet as a COVID team on Thursday. You can also see how many kids and staff members have COVID at any given time on a Thursday, how many are quarantined, and you can see that on November 19th, we had 148 people quarantined. Obviously, on that same day, we were learning, we had distance learning, and so really it's not applicable as far as how many classes are learning remotely, because we're all learning via distance. We do believe that there may have been one transmission that occurred at school. Now, with that, it's just an assumption. We had two kids in the same class near each other for the class period. So either one could have transmitted it to the other, or perhaps both of them came into school with COVID. So it's hard to say for sure, but we wanted to indicate that it was a likely transmission while here at school. But there's no definitive proof of that. In fact, the teacher was following social distancing rules, had masks as they were able, followed the routines. So, we don't know for sure if it was a school transmission or not, but we listed it as such with a question mark. You can still see that we have not had any schools with at least 5 students in school while infectious over a 2-week period. So that's the latest data that we have. Do you have any questions about that? If not, I'll jump to the next section of the report.
Sorry, Karsten, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Sure.
I just had a hard time getting my mute going. Are these like standard kind of rate data points that all districts are looking at, or kind of where did we decide to follow these?
Well, I'm not sure if the word follow is necessarily the right verb on that. These are some data points, and different schools, different states use data points in different ways. So, for example, I was reading a report recently from a city, I think in New York, that uses just the positivity rate over a 2-week period, and that's how they make their decisions. Some districts in Minnesota use the county COVID rate, some don't. It's a wide variety. So I think the data there is very similar to what was presented a week ago, except I added some information about city rates and numbers just based on what we talked about.
No, thank you. Yeah, it helps to kind of so this isn't a standardized kind of list of things that every school district in Minnesota is looking at.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Another big issue, in fact, my biggest concern for quite a while actually, has to do with substitute availability. So principals did compile a sample of the high need for substitutes, and they took data based on November 16th, which was actually Distance Learning Day. And so they imagined, well, how many substitutes would we have needed on that day if we had school in person? And, so you can see that information as an extra as well. I believe it's an extra, unless it's part of the board packet itself. And you can see that it wasn't a terrible day. We had about 11 people, I believe, that would have required a substitute. We do have some emergency subs on staff, and so some of them would have been covered by the emergency subs. But the principals indicated that these numbers would have resulted in the lack of substitutes for at least some of the positions. And you can see, for example, at Burnside, there'd be 2 teachers, 2 general paras, 2 special ed paras, and social worker or counselor. And, we only have the 1 full-time sub who would have been available. Now, we could have found some through teachers on call, but I'm confident that we would have left some unfilled. That would have created some problems because of, the need to first, have somebody in class, with an in-person elementary class, and then also a substitute subbing for a hybrid learning classroom is very challenging because the person needs to work with the kids in person as well as distance. So it's a complicated situation for subs. So this gives an idea of, at least on November 16th, what it would have looked like. Now, I think a day later, there were some more staff members put on quarantine, so it would have been worse on subsequent days. I think Janie had a question, perhaps?
I think Jim was before me.
Oh, go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Nice report. With this, are there any needs? What are the needs right now for substitute teaching during this? I'm guessing for the rest of this calendar year. Right now.
Yeah, the needs for substitutes will clearly be diminished because, for example, teachers on quarantine can teach from home. So they won't have to use their sick leave, for example. Whereas if it was in person or hybrid, then that doesn't work because the teacher could teach from home, but then we'd need another adult supervising the classroom when that happens. So clearly the need will be significantly diminished. Won't be gone entirely because there will be teachers and support personnel who are gone for a variety of reasons, and sometimes they're just not able to teach. So last spring, we saved a significant number of substitutes as well as related costs.
Right. Have we, since we went to distance learning, have we cut back on the number of subs that we're having in our building, or we're planning on having in our building each day, each week, each month?
Yeah, we have some emergency or kind of long-term emergency subs that we've hired through Teachers on Call, and so the plan now is to continue with those, and we'll train them so they could step into any setting as seamless as possible. So we want them to be highly trained in terms of working not only with the elementary kids, but also calculus class in a high school, math class, for example, using the digital distance learning strategies. So now we may need some other substitutes from time to time, but those would be on a more day-to-day basis.
And how many are these subs that you talk about you want to get highly trained? How many do we have again? And what is our cost for that?
Yeah, I know it's gone up and down here as the year has progressed as far as how many. I believe now we have 3 or 4, and they are paid $200 per day to serve as a sub. But then the expectation is that they have to be here every day.
And that's district-wide?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. By the way, during the first quarter, we also went month by month with substitutes. So for example, we tried or we hired as many people as we could to provide daily subbing for the month of September, for example. And then it was October and then November. And so in those months, each person also got $200 per day, but just for those months. Now that we're in distance learning, that will stop at the end of November. And then we'll just have to contact TOC when we need subs.
Janie?
Thanks. So I think we all knew that staff shortages were going to happen. And so I appreciate kind of having this detailed look into a day. But I was wondering, so we did spread people out and we opened up schools, but with this current model that you're showing us, is our scalpel approach of like having certain grades stay home, like that approach, we've all heard about, is that not able to happen kind of with the numbers that like this data point shows right here on this particular day?
You mean like, as far as
in hybrid?
As far as the like some of the classes that we sent home, like for a 2-week quarantine period?
Correct.
I'd have to check with our principals, but I believe that those teachers were teaching remotely with kids who are also learning remotely. So I don't think those numbers were included on this report. Those would be over and above what's listed here. That's my understanding. Did I answer your question or did I miss it?
No, I don't think you answered it. Maybe I'm not saying it correctly, but kind of that approach of sending kids home for 2 weeks because of staffing shortages, the scalpel or whatever we're calling it approach, could that, with the staffing levels that you showed in this graph, could that not have happened in our hybrid mode to have that same approach with those in-person hybrid classes? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it doesn't work well at the high school level or for anyone in grades 5 through 12 because actually for grades 7 through 12 that doesn't work well because a student would have 4 blocks in a day, so we just can't send just the band class home, for example, or just the calculus class. We could with the teacher, but then we still have the students who have to go through their regular day. So, that works okay for grades K through 6 because, we can send the whole class home and they aren't reliant on, moving through a schedule with other teachers. It's just sort of one teacher assigned to each class. The complicating factor, though, is with our grades K through 4 model, for a long period of time like that, for example, if it was just a group of kids who were quarantined and not the teacher, then typically those kids would go into the remote only teacher for a period of time because we don't want the elementary teachers that have to teach kids in person and distance at the same time. So that really complicates things with how we're conducting our K4 learning.
No, that helps. I wonder, during this time that we're on distance, if that's something that somehow the administration can kind of figure out at the high school secondary level, because I feel like we made some concessions and changes in the teacher contract, didn't we, as far as other teachers picking up hours during their prep time and being paid for that to cover other classes. And so I just throw that out there. I just think we need to, let's try to look retrospectively at our challenges. And I know you are, but that this is one, it's hard to hear that the 5th through 12th are having a hard time with that then if that was one of our intentions. So
yeah, and you're right. I think in the last negotiation session, we increased the sub pay for our secondary teachers so they can earn, in this case, it'd be up to $80 for a block, $80 or $85 for a block. And so the cost for substitutes, for a 4-block system would be about $320 to $340, for one full day. And, so that would relieve the necessity of hiring outside subs because we could assign those high school teachers to that particular work. The negative, though, isn't just the cost. I think the negative would be the extra work that our existing teachers would need to do to make that work. I know that subbing during a prep period is challenging enough, but then when you throw in another subject with hybrid learning, it just makes it that much worse. So, but you're right. The need for the substitutes is the biggest need for substitutes is that in any in-person learning. So it'd be grades K through 4, and then to a lesser extent, grades 5 through 6.
Thanks, Karsten.
Yep, no problem.
Mike is next.
Yeah, with Jim mentioning the subs, our contracts call for substitutes hired over what period of time to end up being hired actually or being hired onto the contract. What is that time and what is the amount, and have any been hired in that way?
Yeah, and I think what you're referring to would be long-term substitute teachers.
Right.
And so by state law, if one person subs for another teacher, the same teacher, for at least 30 or 31 days, I can't remember which number that is, but then they actually become part of the bargaining unit, and they need to be treated as teachers, just like any other teacher. So they'd get same salary, sick leave, insurance, the whole works. And we've had some long-term substitutes this year, but it's been because of maternity leave, some other longer-term absences. So that hasn't resulted from COVID at all. And because it has to be 30 consecutive days for the same teacher. And so we've had teachers out for a period of time, but then they come back.
Okay, so it is consecutive days, not like 28 days and then 10 more a week later, 2 months later.
Correct. Yeah, my understanding is that that's what the state law says, is that it has to be at least 30 or 31 consecutive days for the same teacher.
Okay, thanks.
Oh, you're on mute, Pam.
I know. I'm having a hard time finding that button again. I'm on my child's Chromebook. Arlen, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's probably appropriate I share this with you here right now. I just got an email from Sherry Johnson at Goodhue County Ed District. I'm just going to read 2 paragraphs out of here, letting you know that they're going to distance learning. And it said, good evening. I am writing to let you know that we have decided to move to distance learning model for all grades. The last day of hybrid will be tomorrow, November 24th. Students already have no school on Wednesday. And Monday, November 30th will be a transition day for staff. And then on December 1st, all RBEC students will begin distance learning. This was a difficult decision to make. The GCED COVID-19 advisory group met this morning to review data. While transmission in the building has been low due to the combined effort of staff and students to follow our hygiene, masking, distancing, and illness protocols, staffing is what has ultimately become the hurdle. Last Thursday, Friday, and today, we have had nearly 35% of our staff out due to quarantine, exposure, and symptoms. So that's where we're at, right in the building across our parking lot from the high school and other programs throughout the county. 35% of the staff has not been able to report for the last 3 days.
Yeah, thanks, Arlen, for sharing that info. And like you said, it was particularly relevant during this time just because of the rate of exposure necessary absences, of staff members there. If there aren't any other questions, I'll jump to kind of just a quick recap, or if there are any questions for some of the folks that are listed there. I saw Paul Hartman on the call. Paul, do you want to go over any additional information about the governor's order with youth sports and activities, or at least entertain some questions from board members?
Yeah, I'd be happy to take any questions, but yeah, with the governor's order, we're on that 4-week pause for all activities at the high school, meeting in person. I did meet with some head coaches last Friday afternoon, and we'll begin some virtual coaching similar to what we experienced last spring. So we're just going to pause and see how things transpire here over the next 3.5 weeks. But I'll open up if anybody has any questions.
Great. Well, in that case, thanks, Paul, for joining us.
Yep. Thank you.
I think Don Weddern is also on the call in case there are any questions about community use of facilities during the next few weeks.
I don't have any questions about that, but for Paul, well, and this would affect Dawn too. When we're done with the pause after 4 weeks, so that's December 18th, do we expect another pause until the first of the year? What do you have any sense of that, Paul?
I do. I can't imagine that we would come back and start activities a few days prior to the Christmas holiday. I don't see that, and especially with families getting together during that time period, but we shall see. But I think most ADs that I've talked to, we do expect at some point an extension.
And with building, I would expect that too. Go ahead, Heidi.
With building rentals, some of our groups may opt, if the governor takes that pause off, to have some activity, but that would be up to the individual associations and the groups that use our facilities. We are on pause under the governor's directive, and if he would change that or extend that, we would follow that. He specifically did outline no rentals, no building, outside building use. So that was specific this time, which is somewhat different than in the past.
Thank you, Dawn.
And I guess what I'm hearing through MSBA contacts and, from people across the state involved in the Minnesota State High School League and such that, and we even talked about this in Finance Committee, that it could be as long as 2 months. I mean, we're on a 4-week pause now, but as Paul mentioned, I mean, if people are gathering at Thanksgiving and if spreads further because we're not cutting that curve down, that's kind of the background information I'm getting, that people are kind of assuming past the first of the year.
Thank you. I have a few other, first we have a couple of requests, and then I thought we could recap some other programming before we discuss any or make any motions. Obviously, it's up to the board to decide what you want to do. We can make motions during the discussion, or we could wait until, everything has been presented, because it's all kind of commingled. And, I think we'll want to look at a lot of potential proposals and current situations before we make decisions. But first up, we have Kelly Hassemer, an English learner teacher who works with our elementary English learner kids, and she'll present a summary of her request for our EL learners.
Good evening, everybody. I believe you have received my proposal. It was sent along with the agenda. And I'm here to pitch for my English learners to try to get them into school currently, especially for grades K through 5. Right now, well, starting last spring, we saw the struggle that these students had, not only them, but their families as well. Unfortunately, with this demographic and this population, with English not being spoken in the home, it is beyond difficult for these students to be successful in their education. A lot of the kindergartners and first graders are not literate, so moms and dads have to help with reading directions, helping them understand what the videos are, if the teacher is putting videos on. It's very difficult, especially if the parents are not literate in English. So we're finding that I'm getting phone calls after phone calls of parents saying, we don't know how to do this. We don't know how to help our students. The students are frustrated. They're trying. The parents and the students are trying so hard, but they don't have the language capabilities to meet the rigor of the curriculum that we have. We have a wonderful curriculum. Our new language arts curriculum is fabulous, but it's very rigorous, and it requires a strong sense of competency in the English language. And the students at that level don't have it, and their parents can't help them. It's very, very prevalent with our newcomers, our students that are new to the country. They've only been here for a year or so. They are lost, and the teachers are working tirelessly to try to bring the information to them at a level that they can do it. But it's just hard when they're sitting in front of the teacher, either through a video, even if the video is closed captioned, it can't be done in Spanish. We looked into it, and it's very cost prohibitive to try to get translating and interpreting and everything for, imagine, 50 students that would need translation and interpretation. So I'm looking at it going, these students need our support. They need someone there to help them navigate the curriculum, to help them work through the videos, to work through the homework, to get the questions answered, to help with the technology, because a lot of my families haven't had technology in their home, and they're not sure how to take pictures of their assignments and post them out for the teacher to see. There's just so many factors that work against these families and these students that I feel like I need to speak on their behalf and come up with a proposal. So the proposal I have come up with is to bring all of my elementary K5 students to Twin Bluff. I have a part-time EL teacher. She's actually full-time. She started with us this year. She's part-time at Goodhue and part-time with Red Lake. And so she and I would bring our kids in. I would have the K through 2 students. She would have the 3 through 5 students. We figure about 11 to 13 kids in each classroom. And we have 2 bilingual paraprofessionals right now that would be willing to come in and work with us as well. So we would socially distance. Will be a very big stickler on the social distancing and the security and the safety factors for these kids and these adults. But basically, my proposal is to have them still continue with the regular classrooms. I want them to be integrated with their classroom as best as they can through distance learning. I want them to have their morning meetings with their students, listening to their English-speaking peers and to try to relate with them. But then when it comes time for them to start working by themselves, either listening to videos or starting on their homework, that we can be there to support them with the vocabulary, support them with the math concepts, to spend extra time with the English learners to really make sure that they're getting the education that they need in order to become more English proficient, and become competent in our content classes. So that's my proposal. I open to questions, comments, anything that you have. Please shoot me up and hit me up.
Jim's Naeem is in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Kelly.
Good evening, Jim.
Say hi to Jordan when you see him for me, please.
I will. Thank you.
I do like your proposal. You hit on some very strong areas that when decisions are made, there are things we don't take into effect. And anytime even the governor's made some decisions and he's given some ways for people to do things differently. So I do like it. I think you're absolutely right on about the kids that are struggling with the language and reading the instructions, following a long distance. It's tough on a lot of people, don't get me wrong, but especially this group. My question also is how many days a week, how many hours a week, and how long were you looking at doing this? And the other thing is, are we going to invite the children to come and understand that COVID-19 safeguards must be in place as they were during the hybrid portion or the in-person. But I'm threw a lot at you, so
No,
I'll let you have time to try to answer some of them.
Sure,
Thank you.
great questions, and thank you. Yes, I would like to bring them back 5 days a week. I mean, I would be open to say a Monday, Wednesday, Friday. But I do think then those Tuesday, Thursdays start, if they start falling behind on those days, it's hard to catch them up then again on Wednesday or Friday when they're behind and still trying to follow their regular curriculum. So I would like to do it 5 days a week. I think that would be the most effective. As far as time frames, I would love to keep them, they will if we leave distance learning, they will go back to their regular classrooms. We'll retransition back to the way we were as soon as it happens, because we want them back in and we want to go back to what would be normal per se. So as far as a time frame, that would be, basically consistent to when we can all head back to either hybrid or distance learning, or in-person learning. And then a day-wise, I would like to, it seems like most of their content classes run in the morning. I mean, the majority of their, I would call heavy curriculum is done between 8:30 and probably 12:30. So I would like to keep them at least until 12:30. I am open. You asked about inviting them. All the families will, if this gets approved from the school board, I will personally call each of the families with Jamie or myself, and we will talk to the families, explain what we want to do, and it'll be their option. They can stay distance learning if they feel that that's the best bet for them and their family, or they can come to me or come, back to school. That's their call. And they will know. And actually my families are pretty good about the social distancing piece for the most part. But they'll know what our expectations are. They already know what they have been and they won't change. And if anything, I'll probably be a little bit more aggressive as far as making sure, but they're also kindergarten through fourth graders. So, they will follow the rules and we'll do it safely. So I would like to keep them in most of the day, at least get them through, let them have lunch at school so they would be able to, have food. And then, if they stay till 2 o'clock, great. But if you all decided that, I think it's better to kick them out early, I would go with what the feeling for the board was. I hope I got all the questions answered, but if I didn't, please refresh my memory.
No, you did fine. Thank you for that explanation. I mean, anytime you keep somebody in school longer, I think it would be a better one, better for it, because, are they going to go back home? Is somebody going to be there, not going to be there? So you have to, I think you answered the questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Heidi.
So Kelly, I'm supportive, but I would like to hear, what are the transportation arrangements in this proposal?
Good question. Currently, the majority of my kids are, their parents are bringing them to and from school. So I have 2 students that are currently taking the bus that I know of currently that, in talking to their dad, we were going to try to come up with some transportation arrangements. If busing would ever get provided for a special population other than my own, and they could be worked into it, that would be fine. But I think part of my my thought is I really do think the majority of my students' families can transport their children to and from.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Heidi. That was one of my questions on how students are going to get there and home. And how is the lunch going to work? And I know these are all details. I actually don't even need an answer about this, but you know, the school right now is only putting out lunch for students on Wednesday mornings. So how is that going to work to get daily lunch for these, you know, students that you have? And I absolutely hear 100% of what you're saying and what the needs are for our English learners, because I do know that they get very behind and they need to keep up. And even a day is very detrimental. But what I'm concerned about, not just with this piece, but in all of this piecemealing of which students get to come back and which ones don't get to come back, I have to be advocating for every single student in our district, not just the English learners. And I hear you. I know I've worked in schools and I understand the newcomers. A lot of my school social work was with newcomers and getting them and their families acclimated to our educational system. So I hear that and I feel that, and I've worked it myself. But a lot of what I'm hearing could easily be shared by the teacher who teaches AP chemistry. If those students get behind in a day or two, everything that comes after that, they are behind. I think about the band kids. If they're not playing together and hearing each other, my son is trying to take choir and trying to learn and sing together, that they're not learning. The second grader who is getting behind in math because they're not getting up in time in the morning. And so those second grade teachers are saying, hey, what about us? What about those second grade math kids? And so I just don't, I'm a little bit leery, and please don't misconstrue what I'm saying, because I hear you, Kelly, and I know how important your role is and working with your students. But I have to encourage our group here this evening to think about every single student. I know many of us have heard from many parents with kids who are struggling. It's hard for kids, whether they're English learners or not, to be staying in front of our screens for 8 hours a day. It's hard because then when my kids have homework in the evening, it has to be done on a screen as well. So it's not just an 8-hour day during school, but then it's in the evening as well. My other concern is that when we start saying this group of kids can come back to school and another group can't, I feel like we're really, we're making the achievement gaps wider. I really feel that, because there are kids who are struggling at home, and if they stay continuing with school at home, and they're struggling there, they're going to continue to get behind and behind and behind. And then when we get them back in school, that is sure, right? And so how do you measure who's going to have bigger gaps and not bigger gaps without becoming a little bit more discriminatory, without exacerbating more economic and social disparities? So I've said enough, and I'm gonna turn it over to Janie and then Holly.
No, and Jane, Pam, I appreciate that. I guess one thing I would like to respond to that is, and I agree. I said there's kids that distance learning is very difficult for. I think what sets this population a little bit different, though, is the language. I think really for the most part, while I agree there's some kids that are going to struggle in AP chemistry and whatever it may be, but they have the language to go to their teachers, or their parents have the language to go to their teachers and advocate for them. My students don't have that. And that's, I think, what sets them a little bit different from from the rest of the population that it's a little bit different in my opinion, but I appreciate your comments.
And Kelly, I just kind of want to iterate the same thing as Pamela, but I just really appreciate you advocating for your students. You've always done such a great job with that. And I know I've spoken to Yanellis and Jamie and stuff, and so I know many of the obstacles that, a lot of our neighbors are experiencing. And, I just wanted to ask, are other school districts doing this? Are you hearing other places around the state that are doing this too? I know the governor has, mentioned some of these exceptions, but I was wondering if, kind of what other people are doing.
Sure, I know Goodhue is doing the same. They are going to allow, she's kind of putting some parameters around hers because she's only one teacher at Goodhue, and to have all 50 of her students would be impossible. So she's putting kind of a rating scale, but they did allow, Goodhue was allowing her to bring her students in, the ones that need it the most. I believe, I know there are some schools, I guess I didn't do a ton of research on who it is, but I know some of the outlying districts in the area are allowing certain populations to come back, and EL is probably the one that is the higher on the list just due to the language barrier. So yes.
Yeah. Well, and again, as we get to this vote, I just want to make sure I just think if it's safe for some kids, I think it's safe for all students. So I just want to make sure that that's kind of where I philosophically stand, and that's where I have to make sure my vote is tonight. But I truly appreciate you coming in tonight, so into our little Zoom meet. So
appreciate it. Thank you.
Go ahead, Holly.
Thanks so much, Kelly. I really appreciate also your advocacy. And one of the things that educators struggle with from an outside perspective is that oftentimes we refer to kids as my kids, and those are their kids, and that group is their kids, but really the community, these are our kids. Yeah. So from a community perspective, when you look at the achievement gap, where is the struggle line? Who is struggling the most? Who is not achieving the most? Who is not having the access to things the most? And you're right, Kelly. In that framework, you're 100% right. And that's how I see bringing kids back to school eventually. I'm not in favor of it currently today, based on the hospital beds and based on the numbers. But if the school district, if we look at going back in person in some way, I would be in full support of groups starting on the achievement gap scale and looking where are kids not making it and what do we as a community need to do to move them forward. That's kind of how I see this whole big picture. So yeah, that would be the population of students who are, in ELL or who struggle immensely not passing classes but don't have an IEP. There's a lot of different populations where the achievement gap exists. And so I would look at it from that angle. But like I said, I'm not in favor of anybody being in the buildings right now. And so your group, our group, this group would definitely be on the top of the list for kids who could go back first.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't look like there are any more questions. Kelly, would you mind staying on the call? We have some other presentations, and then my guess is that there'll be some consideration after that.
Absolutely. Thank you, everyone.
Next up is George Nemenich, our high school principal, who will talk about a proposal to bring at-risk kids into the high school.
Hello. I much like what Kelly was bringing to the table, I'm bringing a proposal regarding our at-risk students, and this would include both general ed, special ed, EL students. We've identified about just under 80 students who are at-risk students. And what we're hoping to do, because we've noticed with these students, back in last spring when we had distance learning, and then throughout the fall during hybrid, that these students, when they go distance, they don't do as well. And so we know now, as we're moving into a more of a distance learning model, we're worried these students are going to fall behind. So this is a recurring theme here, I think. But what we'd like to do is bring these students in 2 times a week. It would be all day, 2 times a week. And we'd split the group so that we wouldn't have all of them in the building at one time. Obviously, just under 80 students is quite a lot. So we'd split the group in half. And so roughly somewhere between 35 and 40 would be the group size. And I know in the email I sent initially, I had stated the cafeteria would be kind of the site where we would do this so we could properly socially distance our kids. But because of some needs by our student nutrition services, we're going to move that to hub to hall, where we can do the same distancing effectively and utilize the stage as well. And so that's kind of our hope, is that we can bring these students in. Basically, they'd be under the supervision of our admin team and our paraprofessionals. And it's not so much, we're not going to be necessarily running the lessons. They're still going to be online, but they're going to be in the building. They'll have support. They'll get that support from adults in the building. So it would be, I think, where some of our students have not done so well is that they haven't had that support when they've been online. And so that's why, and out of the building. So that's why we would want to bring these students in. And so that's what we're requesting, is that we could bring in these students. One cohort would meet Monday, Thursday. The other cohort would meet Tuesday, Friday. And the reason we want to split it that way, as opposed to Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, like we had, is that we want to give them a touch early in the week and then a touch later in the week. And just to kind of keep some consistency there, instead of having a longer period of time distance. That's what we were hoping to do. So that's kind of what we'd like to do. Of course, and I'll go back to Jim's questions earlier. This would be by parental permission. Obviously, we would not do it without a parent's approval. So we would be making phone calls to do this. And I'm not sure all 78 kids that we've identified would be able to be coming in. So it might be a smaller group than what we anticipate, but we feel this would be very helpful to our at-risk students. These are the students that when we talk about achievement gap, these are the students that are really, really struggling. They're struggling to graduate. We want to keep them as much online to graduate as possible. So that's kind of the idea behind this. And we'd really like, I think we could be really successful with these students.
Go ahead, Mike.
I was before Mike.
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
Holly was on there.
All right, Holly first, then Mike.
Yeah, I went double time, so I didn't know if you'd catch it. Thank you.
No, I did it.
Yeah. George, thank you for that. In my brain, I'm on the same page. I have 18 kids on my caseload right now who I would love to be able to meet with them. My first question is it going to be students 7 through 12 or students who are looking at high school credits?
It's 9-12, right? High school credit.
Okay.
Yep.
And then does the REACH program still exist at the high school?
Yes, it does. Yep.
Are these students also identified in the REACH program?
Some are, so it's an interesting group. It's some are reach, some are they're just general ed students, some are going to be EL students, and then some are also special ed.
Okay, so it's 9th through 12th graders, and it's
Yep.
70, about
Yep,
70 students.
Yep, right around that. I think it was 78 exactly, actually, just under 80. Yeah.
So I'm going to say the same thing I said to Kelly, is that absolutely.
Yeah.
When we start to look at going, what would be safe to go back? Absolutely. However, right now I'm not in favor of anybody being in the buildings, but I really appreciate you getting down to that point of this is how we would want to start this, or this is what we would want to continue. So I really like that our educators in the community are thinking that way. So thank you, George and Kelly.
Yep, you bet.
All right, who is next? Thanks, Holly.
George, what kind of staff support do you have for this?
Well, right now we'll have, I've got 4 administrators and up to 4 paras who will be available. We will schedule it out so that we're not going to have all 8 there at any one time, but we're going to have probably about 4 at one time or another, working with the students.
And the learning will be online, and so it's going to be administrators doing the teaching.
Yeah. Yep. We're going to kind of trade off a little bit on times there. They're just going to be taking their classes online.
Right.
We're just wanting to make sure that we're there to help support them. Because here's the thing: oftentimes, what happens is when they're online, for whatever reason, they're not involved and they're not present. And even though they're present with their by the fact that they're in the meet, but they're not always present. And this is just a way to keep them on task.
Right. And then what kind of, I suppose it's maybe early yet, but for students to drop out of high school, have we lowered the requirements? I remember when Beth was here, we really cranked up the requirements to keep them from enabling them to drop out. I'm wondering if this COVID environment is creating more ideas about maybe I'll just screw this and go try to find a job or something rather than finishing their high school degree. Is there what can you tell me about that?
Well, that's a good question. We've had a few kids. I mean, a small handful of kids who, for whatever reason, have chosen the way of not being involved. I will say this: we've done a very good job. I got to give a lot of kudos to our counselors, our high school counselors, for maintaining relationships with our students, and they've done a really nice job of, if we have, we try to leave no stone unturned as far as making sure the students have options. Whether it's the night school option, whether it's the alternative school option, whatever we can do to kind of hang on to those students and help get them through. That's really what we're trying to do. And in just about every case, our counselors have been super successful. We've had a couple of students who've ended up moved out of the district because things weren't going well here or whatever, and have tried other alternatives outside our district. But it's a very small group. And that's one thing I will give, again, I got to give a lot of credit to our counseling department for helping with maintaining our students in the district and trying to give them the best they can as far as support.
By alternatives, do you mean they're going elsewhere for education, or they're giving up?
Yeah, like some, yep. So like, here's an example might be Minnesota Online, or some other outside alternative education type of options. But we've been pretty successful at keeping just about every student in our district that way.
Yeah, this is really a tough call because the hospital beds thing is.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'll just say this. I completely understand that side of it, and I know that's tough to wrestle with, and I get that, and that's not an easy decision, so I completely appreciate that. That's a toughie. I know, especially right now.
Right, and it doesn't look like it'll get better for another month. People are going to get together for Thanksgiving. They're not going to not do that. And then people will be getting together for Christmas. They're not going to not do that. Unfortunately, this is also a great illustration of creating equity in our district. Really working at giving the people who need help the most help. And of course, everybody would be better off and would rather be in school. But this is a time where that's not possible. Are teachers going into the schools to teach, or they're both, right? They can come in or they can stay home if they request it.
Yeah, that's another good question. Right now, we've got we have that option of working remotely, or they can come into the building. Some people have chosen to kind of do both. They'll try to utilize the facility as much as they can, but of course, there's just as you've outlined, the fears of contact and things like that, and just being in and around more people. I respect that. Our staff is, I would say we've got, I wouldn't say it's half. I'd say it's just under half have been kind of in the building, working in their rooms and work areas. And this week with the PD being virtual, most are not in the building. I would say it's maybe down to about maybe 20% of our staff are in building. So, but it's, I totally respect that. Our staff has been really good about letting us know if they need to, they have that need to work remotely. We've granted it, and yeah, it's worked out pretty well.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks. I don't know if it would have made a difference, but it would have been nice if people had been taking it more seriously from the get-go.
Mm-hmm.
But, here we are. All right. Thanks, George.
Yep.
Janie's in the queue, and then I am, but go ahead. Let's go with Janie and Jim and Heidi. I'll speak last.
Thanks a lot, George. Again, I appreciate you coming in to advocate for your students. And so I have a comment, of course, and then a question kind of for Karsten and you. But, we're a little over a week in, and so I'm already hearing these statements about students struggling and this not working in distance learning. So that's concerning to me, of course. And I just asked kind of my fellow board members, these requests show that students are struggling and having a hard time learning, even though it's better than last spring. We're going to need to some kind of high. I feel like it's a broader question in my opinion, but George and Karsten, or even Heidi with MSBA, are we advocating and talking to the governor about some new, how this is affecting our district? And because in my opinion, again, this is just my opinion, you all know where I stand, this probably isn't going to go away. Well, it's not going to go away. We're going to have to deal with this as it is. Again, we have transmission in our school at 1 with a question mark on it. So how are we going to deal with the new norm of COVID in our public schools? And now we have, you know, multiple requests to start bringing some students in. And I guess I just wonder, is the governor hearing these things, and are we possibly going to try to advocate for some of these data points to be changed and quarantine rules within education systems? Really a broad question, but.
You know, I'll take the first crack at a response, George, and then you can
Okay. Sure.
respond too. I think the governor and the legislature and school leaders, community members, all get it. I mean, I've said it before. You know, COVID has caused the catch-22 with everything we do. You know, if we're coming in person, then there's safety issues. If we're not coming in, then there are equity issues and academic achievement issues. It's troubling for everyone involved. So I people throughout the state get it in general. I think our best hope is to follow, you know, the guidelines that the CDC has issued: social distancing, mask, travel, you know, restrict interactions as much as possible. And you know, if we do those things, then hopefully we'll get back in sooner rather than later. You know, and I think all of you know that I'm a huge proponent of in-person learning whenever we can do it. But I'll tell you what, Thanksgiving and Christmas, with all the holiday plans and people coming back from college and everything else, I think it's going to be a longer winter. And you know, I'll be grateful if we get back in person the second or third week in January. Now, that's not a decision. That's not a recommendation, you know, but I'll be so grateful if we can do that. But we're gonna have to get through Thanksgiving and Christmas. And hopefully I'm wrong with the numbers because we want our kids back in, but I'm very concerned about it.
Yeah, and I'll just I'll add to that, and I you know what, Janie, you mentioned you know, the struggles with the distance learning, and there's no doubt there is. I will say these students also showed a struggle in the hybrid as well. So I'll go back to what Carson said. I mean, I'm a huge proponent of let's get back to full-on school. Obviously, that's difficult in these times, and with the numbers that we have, and of course now we have this surge. But I think that's kind of what I was saying, is that these students that we've talked about here that we would like to help are just generally students. I would say even when we're full on, they're going to be struggling, but I think there's more of a struggle, it seems, during distance learning and then the hybrid as well.
Thanks so much. I appreciate it. It just, I know it's a normal situation right now. I just see when the CDC comes out talking about trying to keep kids in school, you know, I think that's what we have to take into consideration. And we have the ability to do what we think is best for our school district. So I guess I'll leave it at that.
Go ahead, Jim, and then Heidi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can't disagree with anything everybody said. Let's be honest. I mean, what everybody said is totally right on. But however, every decision comes alternatives out of it, and how you can look at things and how you can address things. Bills are passed in the legislature, but then they make exceptions to them and all that. So this is another one of those things we're faced with to make a decision. We heard loud and clear that people want people in school. It's just not going to happen where everybody's going to jump into school. I get that. But I think this is an area where we can, those two requests we have today, we can look at them to see how they can relate and handle in school learning for the kids that definitely, a group of kids that definitely need it. Not that all don't get me wrong. I know the kindergarten, first grade, second grade, they're advocating to be in school too. But let's give it a try. We have when our next meeting is in early December. I truly think the governor's going to extend everything through New Year's. There's just no doubt about that. If we can get everybody in school in January, who knows? Nobody knows the crystal ball. But sometimes we just got to make choices, make decisions, take chances. I think our schools are probably one of the safest places for COVID exposure, with all the safeguards that we have taken place from the teachers that I've talked to and reached out to me. To not give it a try, I think we're missing an opportunity here to see how we can perform for the kids. That was said that the kids that definitely are a group of kids that definitely need it. So I'm supportive of trying both these. Let's see how they go. You got in high school, you got 40 kids a day, 4 days a week. Kelly's talking about, I can't remember the number, but similar numbers in a big school. Most of the teachers aren't there. So, and the safeguards are in place, the distancing, the masks and all that. And I'll let somebody else talk for a little bit. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Jim. And I just did want to clarify, I have about 20 to 23 students. So it's not like I'm bringing back, hundreds. It just, I think we really can. I think you're right. I think there's a way we can do it and try it and be impactful to, groups of students that just need need the help. They need that extra boost. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
And I would just like to say one quick thing in relation to what Jim was mentioning. He mentioned how our school district has done in keeping people safe, and I think a lot of credit goes to our health and safety directors and our COVID team that's putting some regulations in place within our building. I have to say, I hear from substitutes who come in from that have subbed in other buildings, and they always have wonderful things to say about our school and how well things are run, and the space that's there, and the distancing that's taking place, and the mask wearing. They feel very comfortable subbing in our building. So I just wanted to kind of follow up on Jim's point there.
Thank you, George. Heidi, you're next, and then Arlen.
Are you sure you don't want to take your opportunity, Pam?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So I support both of these proposals. I think they're targeted, they're surgical, and as Jim and Kelly and George have all said, way smaller scale. And I think often as a board member, I'm looking for the middle ground. So I really appreciate that we're having these conversations, that it's outreach with an equity lens. And it's meant to address those struggling learners that you so articulated so well, that they've always struggled. They're struggling in hybrid, and now they're struggling even more. So I think it's a good middle ground proposal, that we're trying to reach out to some of the groups that are really struggling. And I think, we can make a difference here. And some of this discussion just points out to me that we really do need more learning and training in equity. So I'm 5'4", my husband's 6'4". It's an easy thing, it's an easy reach, literally, for him to reach the top shelf in our kitchen. I need a stool some days. And he doesn't resent me that I need the stool, because he can do that. That's access. He can get that. I can't do that without a boost, without a help. All right. So I'm not going to achieve the same height without some help. And we've most of us here have looked at that graphic about, here's kids at different heights trying to get access into something, and they all need a little something different. So I think we should be proud that we have creative staff that are coming forward and trying to really target those populations that are just not going to get over that hump without some help. And I get it, if everybody needs some help, all right? But these are the ones, as you have said so well tonight, who are struggling, who have been struggling. So I would like to see us go forward with this. I think we just need to recognize that there's all kinds of partners at the table here. It isn't just the governor. It's not just Minnesota Department of Education. We have Minnesota Department of Health as a partner in education decision-making now. And I know that's been really difficult for folks to kind of like, get on board with kind of how that looks differently now. But I appreciate the proposals coming forward. And I hope that we can move on those tonight. So thank you again.
Thank you, Heidi.
Thank you, Heidi. We'll go Arlen, Holly, and then I'll take my turn and then move on in the action. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is hard, trying to decide what is in the best interest of everybody. And certainly the needs are there, but we're also looking at our needs, their needs are there for everybody, and we're being piecemeal trying to put it together. And I'm trying to look at the calendar, and realistically, what we're talking about is 3 weeks until the end of the year. What are we going to do with those 3 weeks of school after Thanksgiving until the start of next year? The numbers are bad. I don't feel comfortable doing a lot of things. I stretched myself to the limit last week when I had the early childhood at Colville. I'm on board with that. And that also had a sunset that it would end at December 18th. Just looking at the numbers, I think I would like to see us come up with a plan of how we're going to proceed after the first of the year if we are still in distance learning, and how to accomplish this with these various needs and others that we haven't heard about yet. Because I think there's other needs that should be addressed right now too, and I don't know what they are, but we got great people that are concerned with the people that they're involved with, making great presentations to us here, and I respect that. I thank them, but I'm ready to hunker down for the next month. That's where I'm at. So, and I respect whatever way this goes here tonight.
Thank you, Arlen.
Thanks, Arlen. And I have a couple things real quick. The first thing, Karsten, have you had an opportunity to connect with anybody at Mayo Hospital right now, or the clinic, about the numbers and about the beds that are accessible and what's going on up there?
Yeah, our COVID team meets with Mayo reps on a regular basis. I think it's weekly. I did send a couple of emails out. One to a doctor who kind of serves as the main contact, as well as a Southeast region email, asking them, if they have advice or recommendations, especially coming back to school. Haven't heard back from them, which is not surprising. I've not heard Mayo jumping into making specific recommendations for schools, especially individual schools. But I've reached out, and I'm sure that they'll respond one way or the other. Hopefully sometime this week.
Okay, thank you. Because around that, I heard the rumor, which was supposed to be moving into action, was that they were going to shut down the physical therapy department at the hospital for more beds. I mean, when you think of the context of when they are saying stay home, many people in the country want to say, oh, but these people can't, or these people can't. And there are some people that can't. Each state differs in how they want to approach that. And we've seen the numbers, in each state that has approached it differently. I don't know if that is happening at the hospital, but I did hear that from a good source. Janie, you may know more, and it may have been put on hold. However, if that happens, there are several people that are going to be in critical positions of needing that care that aren't going to be able to get it because people want to continue to go out or continue to do things. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say about that. But that is a real thing. So when I'm talking about Mayo in general, Kirsten, I'm talking about like the community-based thought around what is happening at our hospital. Not like what Mayo Hospital down in Rochester is recommending, but community-based. Where are we at with this? That's more of what I was thinking.
Yeah, I will say, I think it's well documented that, the number of beds available it's a very small number. Rates are increasing. I mean, I think those are data points that most, if not everyone, agrees to. So, clearly we're in a situation in Red Wing as well as Southeast Minnesota, but I don't know specifically. I've talked to some people at Mayo, but no one in a position that could really represent Mayo in that discussion. But I'll hear back from the people that I sent the emails to.
So I'm going to wrap up this discussion and then we can move on. I don't know if we need a motion after this, but in listening to all of this discussion, again, I'm going to talk about the needs of all students. And I'm very uncomfortable. I'm finding it very difficult to talk about prioritizing needs. There's an educational need for every child in our district. Today, we haven't heard from the first grade parent whose child hates even logging on and doesn't even want to talk about school. And so she's not forcing him to engage in school because he hates it so much. We're not talking about the kindergartner who's home alone all day because mom and dad can't afford to pay for their childcare. So this kindergartner is home alone without supervision. That's not safe. I am here to talk about the needs of every single child in our district, and I'm very uncomfortable prioritizing one need over another. We need to educate all children. We don't need to. I agree with you and Janie. Until we can bring all children back, I'm not. I can't in good conscience leave all of the other kids who aren't at the table talking tonight. Right on the head when you said we have so many wonderful, great ideas out there to bring certain groups back. I love that, Kelly, about advocating, but we didn't hear about the kindergarten teacher who wants to advocate for her kids coming back to school. We're not hearing from, there's so many kids who are struggling. You talk, George, about kids not being involved, not present, not staying on task. They may be logging in, but they are not engaging. I know so many kids who are in that boat right now because I'm hearing directly from their parents. I can't get my kid to engage. And so I can't support bringing some kids in and not all kids in. There's a need for every single learner to be in school right now. And I understand that there are higher risks. I get that. And I want to be able to be cognizant and supportive of that, but I just can't. This is much bigger than just groups of kids that need to be back in. There's a need, so many needs right now in our community and in our kids. And I can't prioritize one need over another. Everybody has a need. Everybody deserves to have an equal opportunity at their education. So that's where I stand. So Karsten, where would you like to move on with this discussion? Are you looking for a recommendation or a motion?
Yeah, I think we should, if there is a board member who wants to make a motion one way or the other, we could either do that now, or we could talk about staff availability and kind of metrics to come back, whatever works best. I think what the admin team would like just a clear direction as of November 23rd, fully knowing that that direction changes as time goes on and information changes.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I heard you. I understand. I think we all want kids back in school. We're not here to pick on sides for one or the other. I think we hear some very clear, distinctive needs here. I would like a plan down the road at one of our next two meetings in December some type of a timeline where we are exploring and looking at and researching and diving to getting more kids back in school. With that, I am going to make a motion to approve the request by Ms. Hessemer and Mr. Nemenich to start the process of seeing how our schools can handle kids back in school, and especially the ones that were outlined to us tonight.
Heidi Jones will second that motion.
All right, Jim made a motion to bring back the at-risk high school kids and the English learner group. Is that how you want to word that? I mean,
I think the two requests from Kelly, I'm sorry I butchered your name, Hassemer, Ms. Hassemer and Mr. Nemenich. There were two requests to get the discussion and the idea out there that we are looking at what we can do down the road to get more kids in school.
Thank you for clarifying that. So the motion's been made to bring back, to approve the two requests, one made by Mr. Nemenich and one made by Ms. Mer. Bring back some students. Heidi seconded the motion. Any other discussion?
Yeah, I would just say
Mike?
The security that we have in our schools and the procedures that we have in place have been working very well so far. It's really the surrounding community that is putting a cramp in our style. And for these particular students, I think it is really important to give them what we can give them. I agree that all students are worthy of being presented with equitable education, a good education. But if we leave these students behind, we're leaving our community behind as well. And it's something that we can do as a school board. It's taking a certain risk, but I would say it's a very controlled risk in bringing these kids into the school and try to help them move along in their education. Everybody is paying a price in this, but as the last 30 years have shown, the people who have the most to lose even more than those who don't make it, who are at a better level, in a better place. It's really an important thing that this district, as it changes demographics, needs to understand. And this is really a way that we can put a stamp of approval on bringing equity into our district at hopefully a minimal cost. But we're going to need to invest a lot more in equity. And this is a very small investment. So I would, anyway, that's all I'll say on that. Thanks.
Jeannie?
Again, I just want to reiterate, if we were bringing everybody back for hybrid, I could support it, but I just can't philosophically do it. And I hope people understand why I want to help these kids, and I truly do, and I know they need help, but so many people need help. So I just want to reiterate that.
And Holly?
Yes, thanks, Pam. Before we go to vote, I'm all in favor for George's and Kelly's proposal to be first in line as we move through these next few weeks. However, like I've stated before, I'm not in favor of anybody being in the buildings. So that's where I stand on this, but I'm in favor of how we are looking at it. Mike and Heidi, you're nailing it. So thank you.
All right. We'll take what's done, Bryant. Oh, do you want me to read the motion again? Are we good? We have a clear understanding?
I think it'd probably be good to read it one more time just to make sure we're on the same page.
All right, so Jim made the motion that we will honor the request made by Mr. Nemenich and Ms. Hasmer to bring back those two specific groups of students to begin in-person learning.
I think my other part of my motion was to bring back a report to one of the next two meetings to look at how we're looking at options and going forward in the new year of bringing back to school.
Yeah, I forgot to include, I completely support that, Jim. So
yes, I do too. Is that part of the motion or is that a directive that we want to give the
motion? It's part of the motion.
Okay. All right, so then the motion to honor the two requests made by Mr. Nemenich and Ms. Hasmer to bring those two groups of students back to in-person learning with a directive of school district administration to come up with a timeline for reinstatement of all students, or
a plan, just going forward, how you're gonna, let's look at down the road, what are we looking at? Is there a certain number we're gonna meet at? Hybrid, we're gonna look at distance learning or in person, we don't know today.
plan for the future. Heidi, that's been amended. Are you okay with continuing the second on that?
Yep.
Okay. All right. All right, so then we will take a roll call vote, starting with Mr. Bryant.
Aye.
Mr. Christensen,
Aye.
Mr. Derricks,
No.
Ms. Fair,
No.
Ms. Jones,
Aye.
Ms. Tower,
no.
and chair votes no. So that motion has failed 4-3.
If I could just add one thing, over the last, 30 minutes, we just had a very challenging discussion about important issues, and I just love the way different people came up with those, and we took a vote, and I know that moving starting tomorrow, we're going to support that vote and do what we can for our kids. So thank you for that discussion in the public arena. I know that's challenging to do. Pam, if you don't mind, I did have extra space there for discussion about Colville programming, special ed programming, and childcare in case there are some questions. Oh, sorry, Holly.
Yeah, I put my name in the queue before. I don't think you even saw it because you were starting to comment. So I just wanted to.
Yeah, and mine was before Holly's too.
Oh,
So.
my apologies.
Okay. All right. But I didn't know if we could bring back, Jim's second part of making sure we have a directive on working toward getting kids into some kind of hybrid or in-person learning and continuing the discussion of how that's going to work. I mean, could I make a motion to do that? Are we going to necessarily do that next when you talk about parameters of how we're going to get students back, Karsten?
Yeah, I'm assuming that's coming up after we talk about staff member reporting expectations. And then the very next item in our agenda for this item is possible criteria for returning to school. So I think we're actually going to start talking about that at this meeting.
Point of order, Madam Chair, I guess. A special meeting, I don't think you can bring stuff up. It's not posted on the agenda. We're missing it here somewhere? Trouble and all that?
Yep, that's on, that's listed as an attachment under the
Background information?
3 or 4 pages under COVID-related issues. It's listed there.
Ah, I missed that then.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
That's
I just don't want to get us in trouble. I just don't want to get us in trouble of adding things when you can't in a special
100%.
meeting.
No, 100%. Yep, that is listed. And Jamie and Holly are in the queue, and then we'll move on to that discussion.
Well, and that's, I guess, to add to that point of order, how are we going to have, is that just going to be a plan that we talk about for the future, Karsten? Because we can't necessarily make a motion then on how we're going to proceed with in-person learning or getting the kids back from distance learning, right? So it'll just be kind of advisement, discussion.
Yeah, and right now what this agenda topic included would be COVID, related issues, which include staff member reporting expectations as well as possible criteria for returning to school. So I'm assuming that, the key issue there is when are we going to come back?
Okay.
So I'm assuming that's kind of part of the discussion as far as possible criteria. When are we going to know that we can bring some students back? And, we can talk about a timeline. We can talk about a plan. I have some thoughts in my mind. I know the administrators do too, but we'd like to hear some feedback from the board before we develop a plan. I will say that today's November 23rd, and everything could change every day, for days, months, who knows how long. So, but yeah, that's kind of part of the discussion. At least that's what I thought we'd be talking about here in a few minutes.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to add to, as we're focusing in on that, Mr. Nemenich and Ms. Hassemer's plans were good, but they weren't complete. We didn't have transportation, we didn't have lunch, we didn't have breakfast. And I'm not saying your plans were bad. I'm just saying, as we move forward into how we decide when we go back to school and who goes, are we going to look at, our most marginalized students and our students in the highest level of the achievement gap? I want people to come to the table with their proposals for how that could look for the population of students that they directly serve in our community, but I want it to be a complete report. Not like, well, we'd like to do this, but to have it some criteria and parameters, just like you said, Karsten.
Yeah, and really, as far as the mechanics of things, everything is set. We can provide transportation to any group, regardless of who's being served in the building or what group is brought in. We can run transportation just like we have all year. We purposely set it up so that we could do it overnight. And so, for example, if we had the high school at-risk kids that we're in, or whatever, we could start transportation tomorrow because they'd run the same routes that they have all year, would pick up those kids and bring them to school. The only difference is that there won't be as many kids on the buses, obviously. And then food service is the same way.
Okay. That's good to know. I guess I have some concern about how we're going to start to parcel out and be gentle around labels. If we start to say this group is, and this group is, and this group, the labels can get really difficult, and it can get pretty intense with kids. Oh, you're in the group, or you're in the group. So we need to be very gentle about how we approach and write things down, and how we prepare for kids, for families all families, whatever it may be, for everybody to come back in a way that's respectful, so that kids don't get pigeonholed.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that, Holly. I'm sorry to jump in, but I think that's really, really important, because I think a lot of these discussions, when people hear about us considering other situations and other areas, it creates division. And whether we like it or not, we just have to be aware of that and be cognizant in these highly emotional times that, I just really appreciate what you said, because I think it's right on. And people want to do the right thing, but they also want the best for their family, and that's okay, and that's good. We want parents advocating for their kids too. So I really think that's a great thing for all of us to keep in mind.
Thanks, Jenny.
Yep.
Do you have any questions about special education services, Colville programming, or childcare? We've already talked about them at the previous meeting, and then Arlen did give an update for special education services. But do you have any questions for any of the leaders of those three areas? Looks like we have some no's. So how about if we go into the Oh, go ahead, Mike.
It might be interesting to hear how it's going at Cobble, if the people are all showing up and if it's going well. Just a short, real quick.
I don't think they've started yet.
No, we're starting next week. We're starting on November 30th.
That's
so
right.
I'd be happy to give you a report in a couple of weeks, but nothing to report right now.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks, Mary. And
say, Min, what kind of response have you had from parents? Are most people planning to come back on November 30th, or is it a relatively small percentage?
Most people are planning to come back that I've heard from. I haven't heard any, no, we're not coming. I talked to one parent who is considering, we have an online only option on Fridays, considering the online only option, but that is the only person that's indicated they may not return. Of course, we don't know. I mean, we have kids quarantined, you know, so we don't know in reality how many people will show up. But in terms of anybody that's shown that they're not going to come, no, we haven't.
Great. How about if I just quickly go over staff reporting expectations? Oh,
Holly.
Sorry, Holly's in there.
Holly.
I was going to ask this and I completely forgot. But I'm so curious, what are the Kids Junction numbers at now since we have moved into this kind of transition?
You know, we have about, thanks Holly for the question. We have about 200 kids enrolled. Last week we had about 120. We're a little bit lower this week because we do not have any programming. There's no distance learning. So kids in that tier 1 are not coming. Some are choosing to pay for that. Next week we have about an average of about 130 every day.
Okay, thank you.
Jeannie, were you next in the queue, or should I start with the staff reporting?
No, that's an old one, I think.
Okay.
Go ahead with the staff reporting.
Sorry that I missed the chat queue there. So anyway, staff reporting. There were some questions about who should be reporting to work and who can work remotely. And so I thought I would take an excerpt from a message I sent to employees earlier this month. And that just talks about the governor's work from home order from last March. And it simply says that staff members must work from home if they can perform their essential job duties from home. So that's the standard that we follow. And the you know, the issue is, you know, how can employees perform their essential duties, you know, from home? And sometimes it's easiest just to talk about specific examples. If we have a custodian here, then typically that person needs to report to work because he or she cannot work, you know, complete the duties from home. You know, same with food service workers generally. When it comes to teachers and support personnel, it will vary. For example, if and when we start bringing back our special education kids to in-person learning, then, you know, anyone or those staff members working with the special ed kids in those capacities will need to report to work. However, other teachers and paraprofessionals, even though they're also funded through special education, might be working remotely because all of their kids that they serve are learning remotely. So it's really a wide range, totally depending on particular positions. In terms of classroom teachers and general education classroom teachers, generally, if they have the internet access and equipment and everything they need to work remotely, then it is likely, you know, that will be approved because that's what teachers need in order to perform their essential duties during distance learning. So, and I don't want to say 100% because I don't know all the possibilities that might be out there. We do consider things on a case-by-case basis, but generally that's what classroom teachers would need is a good internet connection, equipment that they need to perform their lessons, as well as any supplies that might be necessary. At the same time, we are hoping to at least school district facilities so teachers can come in to teach from the classroom. We don't want to require it. However, if numbers continue to climb significantly, we may have to look at a different option as far as leaving our buildings open. But right now our goal is that we could leave them if teachers decide that to perform their essential duties, they need to be here. So they have chalkboards and the projector and smart board, all those kinds of things. So that's kind of where we are in terms of staff reporting expectations. Any questions? Oh, I did send out a reminder today, with that information as well. So
I do have one question, Karsten. So with distance learning, are there opportunities then for some of our staff to do some group work that they can like learn off of one another and support one another? Because this can be an awfully isolating time when you're used to working in your grade levels, and then you're at home. I just want to make sure that our staff feel they're supported and they have their questions answered and their needs met.
The answer is maybe, because one of the easiest ways to transmit COVID is just by being in the same room talking to each other. So if teachers do want to meet in person to collaborate, they have to follow the masking, the social distancing, all those expectations. And I personally, and I think administrators are doing this as well, we're trying to discourage that as much as possible. And I know that's hard to say because educators tend to be people focused. They want to be with each other. I mean, it's hard. You all know it. But I'll tell you what, people are a lot safer, including teachers, if one is on a computer in one room and their colleagues are in different rooms on the same computer doing a virtual meeting. Now, there are some advantages to being in person. First, if you're having technical difficulties, then it's much more likely we can get Charlie or Julie or one of our building tech leads to help out. Sometimes that means going to a classroom to do something on their computer, make a change in a setting or something like that. So there are some advantages to working in person. But really, I think for the good of the staff and really for all of us, we want people to be working remotely from home if they can do their essential duties.
And I guess I was maybe asking more like, is there some time in their day or, like Google Meets or Zoom meetings? Because, that's all that I'm doing in my own job and they're super valuable, but I just want to make sure some time that's built in for them to be able to do that. So that's all I'm asking.
Yeah, thanks for the follow-up question. I should have kept my response short so you could ask it right away. The one of the latest governor's orders does require school districts to provide additional time for teachers during the instructional day if we're doing a hybrid and/or distance learning. So by law, we need to provide that time for teachers to collaborate virtually. To prepare lessons, to share best practices. It's really their prep time. So that'll be built in. It's a lot easier to do that when we're in distance learning because assignments can be made to students, and while they're working on the assignments, then groups of teachers can meet collaboratively in a virtual setting. It's a lot harder in a hybrid because the 30 minutes means that we have to find somebody to cover, the in-person time.
Thank you for answering that.
Mm-hmm. And fine, did I miss anybody else in the queue? All right. The last item is just an example of possible criteria for returning to school. And I'm really hesitant about throwing out a formula or the board approving a formula when things change so much. But at the same time, I think we ought to start talking about, well, how are we going to know when we can bring kids back? One factor could and probably should be the latest and projected county rates. I'm more and more confident with the information that we get from the county and from the state as far as our COVID rates numbers. So we get this update every Thursday that goes back in time about 3 weeks, so we can see the rates at that time. Theoretically, if that number is below 50, let's say, and the projected rates for the following 2 weeks are under 50, that might be a compelling reason to consider bringing kids back. That would actually, just doing that would cover a 4 or 5 week period. And if we can get it under, a certain threshold, then I think that would be a strong indicator that we could bring kids and staff back. Again, I'm throwing it out there for consideration. I saw a recent lead article in the MSBA news clippings where, school districts across the state are struggling with this. There's no easy answer. And I will tell you that Thanksgiving and Christmas are going to complicate things to the nth degree. So, my hunch, I think Jim asked the question about, possible timeline for bringing kids back. And my gut feel is that at the earliest, it's going to be the second or third week in January. I don't think we should make that commitment right now because there could be a change. Hopefully, we get all kids back with a week left of second quarter, so that they can touch base with their teachers, including high school teachers. Return their curriculum and textbooks and everything else, so that they could be good to go first day of third quarter. That might be overly optimistic, but at least that's one possibility.
Arlen, your name's in the queue. Question or comment?
Yeah, just to piggyback on part of Jim's motion from earlier tonight. I'm wondering, I don't want to necessarily make this a motion, but I would like to see you bring back to a future board meeting, I want to say plan, but maybe concept is a better word, of what criteria we're looking at to start bringing kids back to school and what kids should we bring back to school. I don't know if we should jump all the way into hybrid everybody or anything. Maybe we go into in-person learning for the at-risk people that we identified tonight, and maybe kindergarten and first grade, or kindergarten first and second, not necessarily K through 4, but start with a few at a time with the numbers get right. And I'd just like to see that come back to us at a future meeting, because I don't think we're going to get there tonight. So that's my request, and that's my request, not a board request. So just take it for that.
Well, I think that's consistent with what Jim and Heidi indicated in their motion, what you just said.
Janie, you're next in the queue.
Yep. I mean, I guess I wanted to question, Carson. I know I mentioned to you maybe in one of our meetings, again, I know, just to remind everybody, all the students, we've asked all the staff for accommodations that need it, and students that are not comfortable, can distance learn, obviously. So the children that are choosing or have picked hybrid are doing this under their own choice, which I think is great. But have we given any more thought to the idea that if students are in hybrid, let's say, and I'm just throwing out that if we can somehow get back to hybrid, in January, which I think is great, I'd like it earlier, but I understand that we got to have numbers down. And I guess I would be more inclined to look at that transmission rate than the actual county numbers. But, I guess that would be my point. I don't know if anybody else agrees with me. But I just want to throw that out there, that is there any ability where students can go between hybrid and distance as needed? That I think the current policy is if a student has already signed up for hybrid and they show up in distance, that is not accepted. Or is that true? Or
Parents can always opt their kids into distance learning.
right, but they can't do like 1 week, but they have to stay in distance learning. They couldn't come back to hybrid the next week.
Correct. And there are lots of reasons for that. For example, at the elementary school, if we had a large percentage of our kids wanting to come back to in-person learning, then that would kick us into distance learning because we don't have enough teachers and enough space in order to accommodate a huge number who want to return.
Yep.
So, it's so ironic.
Yeah, most of my concerns, I think, were secondary, like, again, with our high school kids and stuff like that. So I get the elementary, but I just, maybe that's part of the plan, is to look at something that, again, when we have choice already in there, is there ability for kids to be more in, choose hybrid, but then if a certain week happens that they are able to go to distance if needed, especially at the secondary level, because the teacher is already teaching, in person and distance at the same time in our hybrid model. So I guess I don't understand why we can't have a little bit more flexibility in there for people.
Yeah, I'll have to confer with George, Jay, and Isaac.
Yeah.
Because I think the culprit is the room restrictions.
Yeah.
So we have classes in particular rooms, but we're limited as far as how many kids can be in each room, and that's where we're going to have some problems with that. So,
and that again reminds me of another question that I haven't gotten the answer on, is that the average class size of our high school kids in hybrid learning. Because I continue to hear how in hybrid learning, our kids are having some classrooms with like 5 kids or 3 kids. And to me, that shows we're going out of our way to be safe. And that's fantastic. And that's why we spent all this money on Jefferson, all the money on our assistant principal at the high school. Like, that's where my mentality is, as I'm hearing these stories of, where we have classes in our hybrid model having like 4 kids in a class or 6. And that's fantastic. And that's great education. But that's pretty safe. They're a lot safer there than at Walmart or working at, at the grocery store where they're at. So I just want to make sure that the public hears that and our other board members, because the numbers are extremely low in our secondary classes during hybrid. Would you agree with that? And do you have the number of the average of what they're going with?
Yeah, I know you'd asked that a couple of weeks ago, and I got the number from George. I don't know if George is still on the call. If he is, he can certainly jump in. I have the number, but I think many, but not all of the classes are typically between 10 and 15 kids. But like you said, Janie, some of them are much smaller than that. I don't think many are larger than that.
Right.
So I'm sure there are examples of 3, 4, or 5 kids in hybrid. But again, when it comes to the secondary schedule, a class like that might work for, a particular student, maybe 3 blocks have really low numbers, but then the 4th one would be problematic. But I'll confer with George and Jay and Isaac, because they're the ones who can really explain the intricacies of the schedule and what they encounter when they're placing kids. So I'll talk to them.
Every quarter is different, so I appreciate that. These are the stories I'm hearing from people, and that's where, the public's hearing that and parents hear that, and they just don't understand how it can be unsafe to send your kids to school when, they have 6 people in the classroom or 10. So yeah. I just, whenever we can try to keep it low like that. And again, even if kids had to come to school for 2 classes and that was it. Any in-person learning is helpful, because a lot of kids, I've already talked about my concerns. There's so many kids that are struggling,
and really my biggest concern has to do with staff availability. So, and I think Janie or maybe Pam, brought up a a good reminder that, we've had 0 or 1 cases of transmission within our school as far as we know. And we ought to be really proud of that. That shows that we have really strong protocols in place. But again, if we have 2, 3, or even 4 teachers who are out, that creates a lot of issues for our principals and for the kids. So my biggest concern is staff availability.
Well, and maybe we need to put another call out for staff too. I mean, I throw that out there. Like, I think we had a lot of people that signed up, that were new employees. I kind of had that call to action this fall. I've been contemplating trying to sign up to be a sub, obviously. I mean, I have some responsibilities that I'm trying to finish up, by the end of this year, but I think, and we've done a good job of making sure we've kept that effort up. But I mean, maybe it's another call of like, we need to have, we have needs for more staff again, and let's try to get as many more people as we can. So, and I think parents understand the staffing thing. I mean, that's where I think they have a harder time with, the county numbers being up and down and no transmission in the schools. So that's where I think parents and community members and taxpayers question it. But I think they do understand the staffing thing. So thanks again, though. I know
Oh yeah, no problem.
All right, anything else on that conversation about criteria for returning to school? I mean, it is hard to put together this needs to happen and that needs to happen and that needs to happen, because as soon as we meet all those things, it's going to change the very next day. So I think we have to continue looking at those numbers. I think we need to continue looking at not just the county numbers, but the Red Wing numbers. I think that's very important to know where our current outbreaks are. And I also, I'm just going to take this moment to implore our community. All of us really want our kids to be back in school, but it starts in our individual homes and what we have control of. I can't control my neighbor, but I control what happens in my home and where my kids go and what we do as a family right now. And I think we all have that responsibility to do our part so that we can get our kids back in school. So our great and gracious at supporting our school district. And this is one way that we need you now, is to help us all out so that we can get our kids back to school with these lower numbers that we all hope to see as soon as we possibly can.
Right, and it's not just in the home, but it's in all our public interactions.
Yes, thank you.
The contaminations are not happening inside the household, most likely. They're happening outside the household. So we need everyone, businesses, families, etc., to get behind trying to keep this thing under control.
Yep, it's definitely a community effort. Thanks, Mike. Any other things that you would like to address, Superintendent Anderson or the board, about criteria for returning to school or COVID conversation in general?
That's all I have for now, but there'll be more to come, I'm sure, on December 7th and beyond.
Yes, this will be an ongoing agenda item for the foreseeable future. Thanks, everyone. All right, if we're ready to move on to the next agenda item, that's the lease of land. And is Mr. Gaylor on the call?
I am.
Thanks. I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks, Madam Chair. During our operations meeting, I shared with Jim Holly and Arlen the RFPs that were sent to us. I also shared a land lease bid tab, and I also shared the agreement for to clarification of the IPS saying 10-year agreement up to 10 years. And I had them send me a clarification for that, and I shared that. After our meeting with operations, we decided to move forward and bring this to the board. After that happened, I did email the rest of the board the RFPs and the land lease bid tab, just to give you guys an opportunity to look at it. I'll go over that, lots of numbers and things of that nature. So I thought it'd be easier for you to look at it rather than have me explain it after we go through that. So with that being said, I will share my recommendations moving forward. The Red Wing School District recently issued an RFP for a potential land lease agreement contract. The RFP deadline was November 12th at 3 p.m. RFPs were opened at 3 p.m. on November 12th, and at that time, the school district received 2 proposals. The proposals are from 2 reputable companies within our community that have worked a great deal with solar power gardens. Greenmark Solar is a local woman-owned business, and Impact Power Solutions is another solar-based company the school district has worked with before. They actually built the current solar garden on our high school property. After reviewing the 2 RFP proposals, it is my recommendation that the project proposal is granted to IPS or Impact Power Solutions. And now I will share some of the differences between them 2 proposals that help me come to the recommendation set forth. It also is, if you look at the land lease bid tab, that kind of helps share some of them differences. Greenmark Solar proposed a $1,525 per acre use at 10 acres for 25 years. If you do the math, that comes up to $384,250 at the end of the lease. Greenmark also offered an upfront payment of $3,000. IPS, on the other hand, is proposing $1,500 per acre in year 1 use at 10 acres for the 25 years with an additional 10-year period with a 2% annual increase throughout the entire lease term after 1 year, year 1. IPS is also willing to pay $250 for the development period and another $500 during the construction period. When we do the math for this, after 25 years, the total end of lease would be $481,204. And if it went 35 years, which is proposed, would be $750,667. So with that, the difference between the 2 companies is $96,954 over 25 years. And if we break that out into 35 years, that number is $216,917 over that period. That's a large difference between the final numbers, and this is why I am recommending IPS for the community solar garden proposal. Also, we've had a good experience with the first garden they built for us. So with that, I'll open it up for anyone that has some discussion or questions.
Madam Chair, I'll start.
Yep,
Go ahead.
Ireland's in the queue.
Okay.
Oh, and then Jim?
Yeah, first, I want to clarify for people here and the public, this was RFP, request for proposal. Carson hopefully can elaborate on this a little more. The written proposals are confidential documents at this time, but they can be read and disclosed at the meeting what they are. And that is why there was nothing in the board packet ahead of time for the public to see. I'm not quite sure when the date of these actual proposals get released. I assume it's on signing of a document. When I get done, I'd just like to make sure Carson clarifies what I said here right now on this. The operations committee did meet at 4:15 this afternoon and considered it, and all 3 of us agreed that we support the IPS proposal. The reason for the timing of this being a little bit quicker is because there are some government incentives or whatever that are entailed with this whole thing. Actually, the Greenmark Solar said they needed to have things submitted to the government, I think, on the 15th of December, and that's why we pushed this a little bit quicker on this, but we were able to schedule that special operations committee and bring it here tonight. So after that, I'll answer questions anybody has them later on, Carson, could you just verify what I said here?
Yep, that's my understanding as well, Arlen. We can verbally discuss anything in the proposals, but we're not able to share written documents at this time. At some point in the future, though, I'm not sure when, I'll have to check it out, but then they do become public.
Thank you for clarifying that. Mr. Bryant.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to authorize the superintendent or designate to negotiate with the company Allen recommends to negotiate as soon as possible for the lease of land at the Red Wing High School.
I second that.
Motion seconded by Holly. Any other further discussion?
I just think the motion should name, instead of referring to what Alan recommended, I think we should just say IPS.
I didn't have it in front. IPS.
I
Okay.
know.
Thank you for having that name in front of me. I didn't have it. I clicked out of the screen. So
Yeah,
thank you.
got it.
Impact Power Solutions.
Yeah, quickly, it's Impact Power Solutions.
Thank you.
Jamie and then Arlen.
I'm sorry, Pam.
Oh, Janie and then Arlen both
Oh,
had
okay.
their name in the queue for
Hi,
discussion.
Alan. I just had a question, whether for you or Karsten. I know that I think I was on the board when we first started this solar panel stuff, and it's great. I just wanted to know, I assume we're sticking with the company because it's been a good deal. They've paid us what we wanted. I just had a bigger question for Karsten and you. Have our projections been pretty right on with this? Because I know when we were even kind of doing the budget cuts back in the day, we saw this as, revenue coming in and even made budget projections on that. So I just kind of wanted your perspective as we go into another deal now. Just kind of like to hear how it's been and how it's gone, and if those projections on revenue have stayed where we thought they were going to be.
Yeah, and Kevin might be on the call, and Jackie might be there as well. This is different than that proposal because we're just leasing the land. And so we'll get a certain dollar amount based on the lease rate. So it'll be at least $15,000 per year through the lease. So it's a little different than the other arrangement, which, factored into the cost of energy and how much we would save over time, in addition to a land lease.
Okay.
And Arlen?
Yeah, just for clarity, this land that we are talking about was up to 12 point some acres, and it is land surrounding the communications tower on school district property. I'm not sure what direction my directions are, but it is land around that communication tower. This is a good use for that around there. As part of this whole process, they will have to get permission from the city of Red Wing, I believe, and the State Department of Education. So this is only the first step in the process. And also make sure everything works fine with Hiawatha Broadband that has communication tower, and all indications are they all will work together. This land is not something that you would be able to build a house on or inhabited building, because the tower has certain, I believe, setbacks in case the tower would collapse or whatever, so nobody be hurt or whatever. Maybe not saying that the right way, but there are special restrictions. But it would be the proposal was not for solar gardens. It was RFP for anything to be used on that land. We happened to get 2 solar garden proposals is what we got. So hopefully that clarifies a little bit. Where is this land? As far as being something we would need to use in the near future, I certainly don't see it. It's land that's there. Janie had mentioned it, asking on parking, I guess, a little bit around the soccer fields over that area. We didn't have that discussion on it, but possibly if they're not taking all 12 acres, there may be a couple acres available, maybe not. I certainly wouldn't make any promises on it. And that would be across the street from our soccer fields.
Thanks, Arlen.
Correct, and I'll just inform, if you go to the Greenmark Solar RFP, on the very back page, there is a map of the acreage that would be used, so you can look at that as a reference. And like I said, it would not be all the 12.2 though, it'd just be the 10. So.
Any other questions before we vote on this proposal? All right, so the motion on the table is to move to authorize a superintendent or designee to negotiate with Impact Power Solutions for the lease of the land at Red Wing High School. Made by Jim, seconded by Holly. Any other discussion? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and take a roll call vote then, starting with Mr. Christensen.
Aye.
Mr. Derricks.
Aye.
Ms. Fair.
Aye.
Ms. Jones.
Aye.
Ms. Tower.
Aye.
Mr. Bryant.
Aye, and thank you, Alan.
And chair votes aye. So that motion passes 7-0. Very exciting. And it's always good to, it's land that we're not using, and it's good to be able to put some dollars in, in the positive fund. So that's good. Thank you. Next on the agenda, future topics and upcoming meetings. I won't take our time to highlight too many, but they're all listed in the agenda packet. The next major thing that is on the agenda is November 30th, which is legislative and policy. And then our next school meeting is November 7th. We have a full evening with personnel, operations, and the regular school board. I do want to let you know, however, that on the 4th, Monday, December 14th at 6 o'clock, we are having a orientation for new board members. Heidi and Lisa and I and Superintendent Anderson, we've all been working on some information to share with our new board members, packets that we'll be going through some of on that evening. And so you're all welcome to attend that evening if you can, especially at 6 o'clock, maybe from 6 to 6:15 if you're free. It might be kind of fun to have a little meet and greet before we start in on that orientation. Not required, but will be posted all of the open meeting laws, but it is just an orientation for new members so that they are acclimated to start when January hits. Any other meetings that anyone would like to highlight? Heidi, I see your name in the queue.
Oh, you did just what I was going to ask. I just wanted clarification around that orientation piece. And two other comments that I just wanted to share with the board. Earlier, it was mentioned about students working during the day, and that came up at an MSBA sharing about what's going on in your district. And that was brought up that we have students who are working, that now education is a secondary priority. It's not the primary goal of their lives. And so what do you do with that? I'm not saying that maybe these folks need to go get some dollars, you know, for the family, or, you know, there's a lot of reasons why, you know, these situations are the way they are. But that is part of, like, how do we understand student life and how has that changed right now? And then how do we recapture those folks that, you know, have put their energies in a different direction? And then I did ask Karsten to provide us an update on student mental health services. I mean, we had the behavioral health therapists. I wanted to know what does that look like now? What else are we providing for students as far as mental health supports and that kind of thing? Are those woven into the day? Are they something extra? So I would just hope that's coming forward in the next couple of meetings too. So thanks.
Thank you for that. That's a really good piece that we definitely need to get an update on. So thanks for asking about that. Any other future you'd like to highlight? All right, then I adjourn.
So I'll make that motion.
Second by Mike.
All right, I'll give it to Janie and Heidi. How's that?
I
think
froze
everybody
up for a
knows.
minute there, so I'm losing stuff.
Motion made by Janie, seconded by Heidi to adjourn. We'll start roll call vote with Mr. Derricks.
Aye.
Janie,
Aye.
Heidi,
Aye.
Holly,
Aye.
Jim,
Aye.
Mike.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. We are adjourned at 8:20 p.m. Thank you, everybody. Happy Thanksgiving. Enjoy your turkey. Good to see you all.
Happy
Thank
Thanksgiving.
you.